with Dark Cloud. Sorry. Now we're back to Dark Cloud. You ever start something and then just decide that like, oh, I should restart. I don't know. I just immediately had this wave of like, oh, maybe I should wait a few more minutes. But no. Well, as the title suggests, I am definitely going to beat the first boss during this stream. But I'm also mainly going to focus on weapon crafting and getting fishing up and running. So I can use that. Oh, there's a bug that I had to splatter against my computer screen, so there's like a black smudge across some of it. I'm gonna need to get something later to clean that off. Oh, I don't have any money, so there's no point of looking. Alright, I'm actually gonna go from the top down just to refamiliarize myself. Plus, I want to get Xiao. Yes or no? I want to get... Okay. Well, no. I was thinking about doing the next floor just to have all the resources to finish Village, because I believe the 11th floor is the boss. But I might be wrong. But no, I should really be more focused on getting set up first. Because the 10th floor might also be where you have to play as Xiao. I don't know how to pronounce names written like that. I don't know how to pronounce the letter X. You know how many words use X? That's just like an S for the most part. Yeah, it should be fine. It's a good thing I didn't just throw myself at the later game, because I would have probably done enough hits to break my weapon and then not realize I had one of my knives out. Which I think I might have not looked into what these could evolve into, because last time I did it, I was just like, fuck it. you know how many enemies I'm gonna have to kill with this weapon for it to evolve? Speaking of which, how is it? So it doesn't have enough. Well, yeah, that's 8 attack. What do I expect? It might be the case that I might want to start leveling up one of those. What's the curse? Like on holy water? Don't know what curse does. Super early for curse. Honestly, I've seen curse is the most rarest. It's tone weapon. 3, okay, 4. Not this time to spell. Oh, I'm stuck. Manual. Oh no, manual's here. Weapon. Dungeon, battle, status. Speed. Okay, near death disabled. First, can't change equipment. Okay, you can never change your weapon. That's fairly minor. Well, yes. I'm gonna change. I mean, I have a lot of bows, and if it's something else, oh, okay. Well, I know it's a tone weapon, obviously. Okay, it's actually good because I do want to build up 2 different kitchen knives, and this one is likely just gonna become a material, if I were to guess, because it's probably not got enough momentum to make it to the breaking point, or breakthrough point, or build-up point. The game calls it. Yeah, honestly, this curse. As long as you have repair patterns, but honestly, this might be the first time I've ever been cursed in this game. Now I'm thinking about it, which is hilarious considering I've played a lot of this game, and I mean, I got cursed on the first floor, so it's not even like it's rare. Well, it might be rare. It's just, it's not like it's like hidden behind anything. Yeah. But yeah. Also, I believe if you... Wait a second. This might be wrong. Well, you might only be able to have 1 status at a time. Oh yeah, nearly dead is, oh, downed, essentially. Yeah, near death. Oops, I keep moving back trying to read stuff. Dang it. Yeah, I don't know if the status effects can stack. I don't remember that being... I mean, I don't remember ever being in a case where I didn't remove a status and had, like, multiple statuses going at once. So I can't verify, but I remember vaguely... Well, I've never been in that condition, so... Something tells me that I was told by somebody else that you can't have 2 statuses at once. I might be wrong. I know if you're near death, you probably can't stay cursed. But that might be something I'm misremembering, or something I was mistold, because I don't think I've ever replicated that situation. Which, I mean, usually if I'm taking status, or if I'm getting hit with a status effect, I'm peeling it off. Which would make sense why I don't remember ever being in that sort of situation. Cheese, which I believe is either a food or a bait. Might be bait. Let's see. Okay. Ice, which is, yeah, this item, not an item, a attachment. Sorry, I never really made note of what the game calls stuff, or like in any game. I usually don't make note of what the game calls anything, like only in reference to, like, you know, it is a mechanic, like when the game like mentions like leveling up. Like I don't like make note of like, oh, this is what the game calls leveling up, or like what this game calls experience. I never really like registered that it was. I guess there was no point. It's like it's experience, but I never really registered as its like name. So it's kind of weird for me to be calling it by its actual name, because I would never normally do that. Okay, what do you want? You want that? Okay, you want the things that you have inside of you. It's weird for me to say. Playing a game I played as a kid and just making very low-effort crude jokes. It's like, you want something inside of you? Interesting. I do have this, but obviously I sold a lot of my fishing bait so I can actually like stock up on repair powders. Hopefully that won't be a constant. Ooh, I can go into the back area. But I believe... And yes, I'm well aware that I have 2 characters. But she doesn't have a weapon, so... Well, she has her default weapon, which isn't worth leveling up, so... Unless I have, like, an enemy that I don't want to put up with. Like, say a bat. Xiao is really good against, like, anything flying. As you can see. But Tone actually has a weapon that I want to level up. Well, I might think about it. Since she's... Wait, does she have a different... I feel like she's faster. It's... maybe not. But if I really feel like it, well, because she has a low damage weapon, I might use her to soften up enemies, to use items on them, get their weaknesses. I never knew that mechanic because I didn't really read the tutorial because I'm like, oh yeah, it should level up. It's usually I go just trying to get back into the game. Oh, I had the antidote. Oh, I was like, man, I'm not getting poisoned by these bats. I should have probably taken it off because it might swap out my curse, or it'll have both. It might just be that it flashes between the two, or that it just like stacks. But I don't ever remember having 2 status effects. And I actually love games that have that sort of like, oh, you can only have like one of a certain type of status effect on, so you can kind of like Dark Souls is a perfect example. You could, if going into Blighttown, because there's poison and there's toxin or toxic. So one is a more damaging, faster poison, and the other one's a weaker one. So if you were really worried about toxin, you could just poison yourself, and that would be how you gain. Well, you gain immunity to the harder poison, but you'd be taking damage constantly. So it's kind of that like trade-off. And like if you have the healing to spare, like I mean, if you grind humanity, I mean, obviously if you have like infinite healing items, like damage doesn't mean anything. But that's besides the point. But like you could effectively use one status effect to counteract another, which is amazing. You know, if this game is the same way, like if I can't get poisoned because I'm cursed, that would actually be extremely useful. Also, I like how there's a room that is literally just empty, devoid of anything. Yeah, I will, since I've trained well, I will be using the back area. It's only an early back area, but honestly, it's a harder back area. Actually, I don't think the back areas care what level it is. I feel like the back areas can have any levels enemies, because I remember seeing ghosts, or the equivalent, in the back area before I saw ghosts in the main dungeon, so... I don't know. I... just like with Dragon Core, I haven't looked anything up about this game. Like, I rarely look up like information about video games that I'm playing, unless it's like, you know, unless I'm lost, unless it's a game that is like challenging my already poor directional skills, and I have become lost. Like I've done that in Dark Souls several times. Like I remember when I was like in Lost Izalith, I needed some help navigating, or maybe it wasn't Lost Izalith. It might have been in 3. But one of the Souls games, I was like, where do I go? Walker Memory. But I had been completely lost for quite some time, and I was like, where do I go? Target enemies for poisonous attack. No, sure, why not? But yeah, I had become completely lost, and I was like, where do I go next? And it's like, oh, you have to, like, it wasn't even Lost Idolith, I think. I mean, I hadn't gotten to Lost Idolith. Like, I didn't have the poison thing. Or not the poison thing, sorry. I didn't have the ring to walk on the lava yet. So I was literally, like, trying to brute force it. I'm like, how the hell am I supposed to get to this area? And then they told me about the boss I had to go see, and I was like, oh shit, I just completely missed that. I'd like completely circumnavigated that boss and was like, why can't I go through this lava? So something along those lines. Either that or one of the other areas in Dark Souls that I love. It might have been in Dark Souls 3, where you have like the optional, like an entirely optional area with like the last Demon King or whatever it was called. Or a completely optional boss fight, and it has like a room next to it that is completely optional. And like I had been lost in there for hours. It's the one where there's the ballista shooting at you, like the triple ballista shooting you from on high. And like the giant worm outside the boss area, if anybody remembers that. But like I was like, where the hell do I go? I mean, I probably did both. It was probably both. But like usually I won't look up stuff for games, because it's like, well, what's the point of me playing them if I'm just gonna look at somebody else, like how they did it? So you still want more undead, yeah. Should probably save the. I should probably save the gems for an actual weapon that I intend to build up rather than something I intended to use a part. Sure, endurance. Okay, so I can status break now. Into weapons, the synth sphere. Don't know if this thing can continue to level up. What? We'll see. We'll see if it can level up one more time. Probably synth break it at that point. So I can't remember the cap for weapons in this game. It might be based on their tier, but that might also not be true. So I remember, and I might be wrong, some weapons can go up to 10, or maybe all weapons can go up to 10. Oh, okay. Memory was never my strong suit. I'm a lot better with muscle memory. That's where most of my memory comes in. It's just like naturally being like, oh yeah, or well, subconscious memory. Like whenever I try to like consciously grab memories, it usually just starts to shit. But like if I'm like trying to do something, like I have boxing gloves right there. I haven't used them in like several months, just because I haven't felt like it. But like I have wraps for that, and it took me a while to learn the wraps. But I'm pretty sure if I were to pick it up and try to put on the wraps, I mean, obviously the boxing gloves themselves aren't difficult to put on. Just throw them on, but the wraps are a bit more complicated than that. I'm pretty sure I'd be fine just. Yeah, poison now. Okay, on both. What? Oh, it only shows one, but you can be two. Or you can have two status effects. Okay. See, now I'm just cursed. Okay, so you, okay. So they stack, but they only show you one or the other. Okay. Fair enough. See, that's what I was thinking. I'm like, I'm pretty sure they only show one status effect, but they both affect you. It's just on the C one, which is fair and makes perfect sense to me, anyways. Customize. Okay, what does Aquamarine do? Oh! Oh, it's a ×2. You. Okay, there. So what does this do? Water icing, yeah. It does twice as much. I assume this is fire. Yeah. Seal 60% weapon ability to sphere. Okay, do you want Maid Slayer? I can't necessarily remember what the weapon level cap is. I mean, if it was infinite, I wouldn't even be surprised. But I'm pretty sure it's infinite. I know 5 is when, I mean, of course, you showed me, is when you can status break the weapon. But I don't remember how far you can take. I'm just gonna run to the water. And leave. I don't really have to, because I'm probably just gonna leave to get rid of the poison. So I need to build up a weapon for Xiao. She'll be important for the boss fight right here. I'll figure out what to do with the weapons at some point. But there you are. I just forgot, because the area could be completely like different. Because I mean, obviously I made it, so there's no guarantee that it is how I remember it. Because of course, it could have been modified completely. All right, let's sell the bait one more time. Hopefully, find more. Probably get a revival powder, at least one. An extra stand-in powder. Make sure I already have one escape. Bread and then more repair powder. Because losing a weapon is not something I want. That would make me very sad to have to start over. Let's start down for 5. I believe this is where the enemies become a bit more diverse. Not enough things for that. I mean, I could have just locked on. I forgot locking on was even a thing. Speaking of which, if I put anything... Oh, yeah, the Mage Slayers. The Mage Slayers. I... Prevent this? No. Whoops. I was trying to use my giant feather. Messing up basic English 101. Just add a word that is, or Well, yeah, if you added a word to a word, I imagine it would be pretty screwed up. But just add a letter to a word that doesn't belong there. Power plus 1. Yeah, just trying to remember what upgrades into what. I honestly haven't the foggiest. Sometimes the memory is a gift and sometimes it's a curse. It's a gift when I want to experience something for the first time. I essentially am experiencing at least the gameplay of this for the first time in terms of like the mechanics. Since I've completely forgotten how to some of this is gonna go down. Nice, some free repair powder. Can't wait until I get some actual damage into this thing. Holy, this weapon sucks right now. I hope it's one of those weapons that when you turn it into one of its upgraded forms, it becomes a lot better. I hope the effort I'm putting into it is worth it and not just like a waste. But if it is, I'll just take that weapon and throw it into another weapon. Which is one of my favorite things. It's like, oh, even if you make a bad weapon, as long as you don't have it break, like even if you fail one weapon, you can just like fold it into another one. And to just keep doing that until you figure out which weapons you're actually supposed to be making. Should just be switching to ZL. I'll wait to do that until I actually have a weapon for her to level up. I hope to find Steve wherever the heck he is. I completely forgotten. I don't know if you buy him or get him from a fishing minigame. Or the fishing minigame. Or what? Or just find him, because I feel like it'd be sad to miss Steve. I think I had Steve last time I played, but maybe I didn't. Yeah, Steve is great. It's very useful. Except when he's not. No, I mean, that's kind of how everything goes. Everything's great until they aren't. Go to the next floor. And we're just gonna skate Petter out once we reach the bad floor. Assuming that thing still, like, takes so much. Oh god, dang it. Forgot about the mimics. But that didn't really startle me. Like it did the first time, because I didn't. I mean, I probably should have remembered that there were mimics in this dungeon, but I just didn't know what floor they started on. Okay, well, nothing in this dungeon is necessarily, or it isn't. Nothing in this dungeon is a necessary kill now, because we have the way out. Are you a mimic? Yeah, you are. I knew I should have been able to get one more hit out of it. I wasn't too concerned. Soon enough, we will be holding this kitchen knife into another kitchen knife. I don't even know if I need an especially good weapon to fight the first boss. But I mean, I faintly remember the last time I beat him. Well, I mean, it was the first time I beat him, because... I can't remember. Yeah. The first time I beat Duran, spoiler alert, is the boss of this area. I remember it being a very subdued fight because I actually had a weapon that wasn't just the broken dagger that I had fought him with the first time I played the game. Oh, it keeps going. So it keeps going. I mean, obviously it goes past 6. Clearly. Still once more. And 70%. Or 60%. Yeah, there isn't much, but I am gonna break it down. Just because I have a lot of weapons. Let's turn one of these sham shears. Okay. Oh god, that's still great. Because that maxes out its speed stat. Yeah, essentially what I'm going to do with this sham shear is I'm going to turn it into another weapon component to then feed into a kitchen knife. In fact, I'm going to need 2 different weapons to be turned into that for a kitchen knife. Because the kitchen knife has 2... Well, I mean, once I get the kitchen knife to a certain level, I'll be able to see what it turns into. And if one of the upgrades is just a different weapon that I know how to get, like it's just something you get out of a chest, then it's not that I won't bother, is that I will just go with the one that is harder to get. I need to remember, I think this damage. Let's see, yeah, let's bomb nut it though. Let's nut on it. Sorry. Very, very mature. Nice mimic breaker. Oh, mimics are a type of... I mean, I knew they were a type of enemy. I knew... But I didn't realize they were literal, like... Type as in, like, you could... Like, gear against them. Oh no, I want to repair. Okay, next kitchen knife I'm going to be building up is definitely not going to be... It's not going to start at, like, 8 or, like, 6 damage. 8 or 6 damage, like, holy shit, that is obnoxious. Yeah, I should probably get... Once I have, like, a surplus of money, I'll probably get a lot of throwable weapons. Just so I can get the elements and stuff, like, wholly from killing undead with it. And, like, obviously, like, the actual, like, direct monster type. God, I'm trying to think of what a game calls it itself. Okay, yeah, the anti-type. The anti-monster type. So anti-undead, etc., etc. I don't know if some monsters are more than one type, because I feel like there's certain undeads that feel like they look like they're flying, so you'd assume that they are flying. But yeah, poison is the worst status effect out of those. Ooh. I mean, I don't know if it's good, but it's damn sexy. Beta bone, ability unknown. Okay. I'm mostly gonna be building up this bone right here, just not even for any other reason than, I mean, just look at it. Just, I like how I call it sexy. To me, it is. To me, I look at it and I'm like, oh, that's a cool weapon. Just thinking about it. So yeah, I'm gonna try and get in the. I'm trying to like fold some of these Shamshirs away. If nothing else, the speed, like turning weapons into gems, gets the base stats of them, like some of the base stats are like, you know, stupid high. Like the base stats for this kitchen knife is 80 speed, which yeah, if you add that to any other weapon in the game, that usually maxes out the speed stat. At least sets it to 100, depending on whether or not it raises the cap. I can't even remember if speed goes above 100. It probably does. It doesn't. I'm like an Alzheimer's patient trying to remember their childhood. If I don't have Alzheimer's. I unfortunately just have... Why do I always get on about my memory? It's because I have trouble with it. You know, I need to make excuses because otherwise I'll be judged. That's the way my brain works. Yeah, screw this floor. Let's get the heck out of here. No, not that. Triangle, leave dungeon. Wow, this area sucks! This is basically how I read that. I should have made... I mean, I'll just go to floor 10. They usually make, at least the way that I remember the game, so you usually make money by, like, selling extra items. Like, say... Oh, it's only worth 1. That's mean. Well, like, selling these stone breakers. And yeah, I'll need them later, but for now I need the money really bad. Well, why would you sell that? But yeah, I need items way more. So for now, we'll do it like that. Then we'll go to floor 9. I'm very glad the first dungeon has dividers where essentially it's very easy to tell, like, oh, this is safe to go here because this is after it has like essentially checkpoints in this first dungeon. It's like, oh, this is where you fought the 3 skeletons. This is where you fought, you know, the guy who the guy who eats it very mad. The guy who wants the Atlas Million. I mean, probably a lot of people want the Atlas Million. But also, I know I didn't bring it up at the time, but he must be a time traveler because he said he came to this time. He didn't say. He said he came here, and then he specified, like literally said, specifically this time. So he's definitely from the future. Which is like, what the hell? Alright, I just wanna... because this is just gonna be a upgrade material for something else. How can I build it up? Oops, I did not necessarily want to do that. I can't build it up, but I think the star might mean I've put a weapon into it. Maybe you can only put one weapon in. Or something. I'm not sure. But yeah, I can't remember any... Well, actually... The manual might have more information. Special abilities. Some abilities have some weapons have special abilities. Square icons... So the game never mentions this. Or it might later, but... Let's just read the manual. Some weapons have special abilities. Square icons displayed underneath weapon names in the weapon menu represent the weapon's special ability. The Big Book's ability doubles the money acquired when you defeat an enemy. In contrast, the Poor ability decreases the money acquired. The Steal ability randomly steals items from the enemy during an attack. Items that can be stolen are not those usually dropped by an enemy after its defeat. Quench delays thirst, and thirst doubles the speed of dehydration. Poison randomly poisons the enemy. Poisoned enemies quickly begin to lose health over time. Freeze randomly freezes them. Durable delays the increase of weapon HP. Fragile increases it. APS up increases APS absorption. Drain absorbs life. Heal gradually recovers HP over time. Critical sometimes allows you to defeat enemies in a single blow. These special abilities can be transferred to another weapon by synthesizing. However, be careful because some abilities cancel each other out. And yeah. Saving other, moving with the world map, saving the progress. Fishing. Well, I mean, obviously we don't have the fishing minigame yet. Once we have the fishing minigame, like it's not even that it's a good fishing minigame. It's pretty bare bones from what I remember. Like, you know, go to a specific place with specific bait, catch fish. You know, but it's just the right amount of... Every game should have a small amount of fishing. This is because I came from a background where everyone was... Say everyone's a fisher. Well, yeah. Like, I mean, in the province that I grew up in, or if you live in the United States, well, state equivalent. Like our provincial sport, or local sport, was essentially just fishing. So, and for some reason, just it's that every fishing minigame, as long as it's not too much, and it speaks to me as a fisher, like, because 90% of fishing is waiting. So if a game makes me wait like 10 minutes for a fish, which, depending on like if you're fishing properly in this game, can take a long time. Or if you're not, I should specify. But essentially, like if it feels like fishing, because like if it's just like no waiting, just fish. Or if it involves, like, no patience whatsoever. And, like, no timing. If it's just, like, you know, just wait. Well, I mean, if it's just, like, oh, you triggered the fish because you pressed the button. And, you know, here's the fishing minigame, which is just button mashing. And it's not really fishing. But if it's something that, like, involves timing, like, you know, it's hard to explain how a game can be like actual fishing, but I'm trying here. I don't really know how to say like what makes a good fishing game from my perspective, but usually it's just, you know, fishing is very simple. So if it becomes like, as long as it has the aspects of fishing and it's not like overcomplicated garbage, then it's usually great. Like, I've seen some fishing, like, full fishing games that are just, like, wanton atrocities. It's like, oh, you have to. Like it basically it's actually fishing except with extra steps. It's like, you know, catch fish to earn money to buy a boat, and I'm just like, dude, if I wanted to simulate actually fishing, this is why I don't play sports games. If I wanted to actually fish, I would go out and actually fish. I don't want it to be that true to my life. Like I don't want a simulator of fishing. I just want like a simple, like sit down, don't think fishing mini. That's like, as long as I have the right bait and patience, I can catch the fish. Like it's weird because like I have like higher standards of, well, if it's something I don't regularly do, I want it to be like a bit in depth. And like obviously I like RPG mechanics, but like when you're, I can't remember what actual fishing, not minigame, like proper fishing game. It was like a pro fisher game or something along those lines. But like, I don't remember what I actually played. But all I remember is like having to go around like grinding fish just to catch more fish. Like I like it when I fish for a different reason. I don't want to fish for the sake of fishing. Like, if the fishing served no purpose whatsoever, it's just like, oh. But like, the Tales of series is a perfect example, like the most recent edition. It was like, you fish because it was food. You can cook the food to, like, get bonuses, I think. Maybe I'm wrong. But I'm pretty sure that was the case. So, like, there was a purpose of the fishing. You weren't just fishing to catch more fish. It's like... which is a funny hill to die on, because it's like, oh, well, you wanted to fish. It's like, yeah, but I like fishing mini games more than I like full-fledged fishing games. Because so if I really wanted to actually fish, I could just fish. It wouldn't be that hard. As long as you can find a nice river with fish in it, you can fish just about anywhere. I've always wanted to try out hand fishing, but I haven't been in like an area where it's like, you know. I mean, I live very inland as opposed to like the coastal, my very coastal hometown. So it's hard to be like, oh yeah, I just go out with like my family and start fishing like that. Something I'd want to go back to my hometown to do. But yeah, every time I play fishing minigame, it's like, oh, it's just like home. Why not have food? Cheese. Like, one of my cousins has a like, full-fledged fishing game that's probably the one that I was playing. And I'm just like, why? Why would you play this? It's like, why would a football player play a football video game? Because it doesn't... It's like, if you have experience with the real thing, you don't want to simulate it. Simulator games are for people who've never done something before. And like, I'm just thinking like, ugh, why would I ever play like a Wii fishing game or anything along those lines when like for the same money to buy, say, a console, like a, I don't even say VR, but like at the time when the Wii was, you know, just come out, like, you could just buy a fishing rod and a fishing license and go fish. Buying a Wii is just fishing with, you know, in my opinion, extra steps. A steel slingshot. That's exactly what we needed. What do you want to build up? Okay, select dragon. I mean, I probably would have done this anyways, because she's really good against aerial enemies. Wait, do you seriously not? I keep looking because it confuses me. Okay, so it doesn't want any element. It doesn't need any element that you raise. For sure I should. Okay. You care about mimics? Ruby, you... Do you want speed though? You do want speed. Yeah, well, I'll put both in there. I like to jumpstart her weapon because I'll be using her far less than I will be the main character. So gotta use her while I can. Right? You need to be toned to actually open this, from what I remember. At least Tony's conscious, one of the two. Rude. Okay, this looks like a tone fight. So, some of the enemies are so much easier as one character as opposed to the other, like of course the bats are a great example for the other game. Of course I wasted that. So much. The only reason it even bothers me is because like items are a bit scarce in the early game. Before you have like money to just throw at them. So once you just like buy like infinite bombs, or well, have functionally an endless supply of bombs, you're just like aha. Right, you do have to charge up her attack a little bit. As the speed meter reaches full, it's usually a good indicator of when to strike. Yeah, there's the Tran. Her walking animation might just be... it might just be more fluid, which is why she feels faster. Or it might have fewer frames, which is why, again, she feels faster. I'm just trying to figure out why she feels faster, or if she's actually faster. It's not like it really matters, though. But yeah, with Xiao, she does lose durability in her weapon, regardless of whether or not her attack hits. So several, yeah, okay, she can't touch at all. But yeah, perfect example. Tone can attack. As long as he's not doing a special attack, he can attack freely. And if he misses, it doesn't even matter. Unless he's getting blocked or something. But that makes sense. It's like if you're hitting a sword into a shield, you're denting the blade. Usually, or chipping it slightly. Unless you're cutting through. I mean, even if you cut through it, like, even metal on metal, or blade on blade, I should say, you're still gonna do some damage to your weapon. I mean, hell, as long as you're using the weapon on something that's like not paper thin, like you're going to be, even if you are, like you can even dull scissors, except the worst that could happen if you just dull scissors is that it doesn't. Like it takes more effort, but like no matter what you do, it's still gonna cut anything. Well, not anything, obviously, but like it's still gonna cut through what you needed to cut through. Because most of scissors cutting power comes from just like the force. So it really, the sharpness doesn't really factor in it. Also, yeah, you can really go about like, what the hell was I even starting at? I like how I just said a word to start a sentence and then was like, hey, what did I even want to say? Sorry. Yeah, I guess I'll just mention that I definitely want to build Xiao into just sort of like a character that solves one problem, rather than Tone, who's going to be like fighting just about everything. So why not? Okay, I do have the seal. I just okay, there it is. Sorry, I must have gone cross-eyed. At some point, we're gonna be reaching. Yeah, due to a mysterious force, Xiao was summoned. No other characters are available here. Luckily, the Xiao's weapons don't really care about what they're hitting, because with, and I don't even know if this is true, but I believe if you're hitting like a stone enemy, it will deal more damage to your weapon. Though I could be wrong. Not entirely sure. But I do have 2 gems in the gap. But do I want? Okay, I do want to. Okay, I didn't activate any, but I'll activate ice because that should be at least moderately effective against the dragon. Though it might not be very effective against this guy. And range does matter. Getting closer as Xiao does do more damage. But I believe this area is guaranteed. Oops. I believe this area is guaranteed to give you items for her. I guess I was wrong. I guess I just lucked out and got weapons for her every time. Yeah. What of your weapons am I not? I'm not been working on. I actually want to do that. Let's put this. Okay, so this Shamshir. Yeah, because it might be something more interesting. So this Shamshir could go. And it might be something entirely useless, but it might be something like a bone rapier. Wait a second. Do the bone rapiers turn into 2 different things or just 1 different thing? Otherwise, I don't really need to. I don't really need to then. I mean, worst comes to worst, I will just like fold them up into weapons, because what would I be holding this up for? It's speed, similar to a kitchen knife. Oh, it's MP. Holy shit, it's MP. Yeah, definitely it's MP, if nothing else. Plus, unless I'm wrong, you can use one character's weapon synth items. Like if I have like a weapon for Tone, and I turned it into its into an attachment. I'm pretty sure you can put it in other character's items, so you can basically use one item or one character's weapons to upgrade every character's weapons. I did not bring healing items. Or at least not enough healing items. Oh wait, we can just run back for the water. I'll probably give Xiao at least 1 or 2 HP upgrades. Probably not any more than that. I kind of want to be just close enough that it doesn't use his Fire Blast. Further enough away that doesn't actually manage to get with anything. It's just money. Weapon. Upgrade. Yes, please. Made of steel teddy. Okay. It's got enough sky. Needs anti-night or anti-armor. Anti-stone, which I believe I got rid of. Already got car. I got rid of some of them, but not all of them. Yeah, anti-dragon. And more attack. It kind of wants everything. Honestly, one of the best ways to get the main stats is just to use other weapons to fold in, if nothing else. Also, I'm gonna want to be using multiple weapons, or folding weapons in just to give them their bonuses. Give other weapons their bonuses. Like, Quench is super good. Sorry, my, I need, like, some lip chap, or lip balm, because my lips are chapped. It's kind of hot and dry. Well, it depends on whether or not it rains. It's usually hot and dry. This would actually... this sort of weather would actually scare me if I was living in my old neck of the woods. Because I used to be, like, in the not tree line. But I used to live in a town that was, like, absolutely inundated with trees. Can I turn back the time now? It's like, man, I feel like I haven't changed floors. Oh yeah, I was on Twitter and somebody was like, oh yeah, you should totally watch One Piece. And I'm like, dude, it is... I would have to watch... I haven't watched it in years. But I would have to read... Not read. I would have to watch about 300 hours of One Piece. And I'm like, dude, I don't got the patience for that. Like, I don't like One Piece that much. Like, I don't know how you watch that much of one show. Like, I didn't even get to the part of One Piece where Luffy started using, like, gears and stuff, because I was just like... Well, honestly, I hear about it now, and I'm just like, so he basically learned how to become a Super Saiyan. Like, he just... He just got the transformation sort of thing. You know? You know, it's just like, you know, you know how many other animes I could watch in the time span it would take me to watch, like, enough One Piece to catch back up? And it's just... There's no way for me to justify it in my head. And, like, I have, like, infinite spare time. Like, if I wanted to sit down and just... And this is the thing. If I wanted to just watch One Piece every hour, or every waking moment, I could catch up in a day. Or not a day. There's not that many hours in a day. But I could catch up in a month, is what I actually meant to say. I don't know why I said day. I honestly had already done the math. I didn't really do the math. I did the math in terms of, like, how many waking hours I have. You know, which is half the hours in a week. So I calculated, so about, you know, it would take about a half of a month. Which is like 700 and something hours. Give or take. But yeah, on average, like 700 to 800 hours in a month. And I was like, do I really want to watch One Piece with that time? And I'm like, no. I could watch entire animes. I could play entire video games all together instead of watching One Piece. And it's just like One Piece has gone so long to the point where I'm just like, should I just watch, like, highlight reels? So I feel like that's how long it is. It's like trying to catch up with, and obviously this is like entirely like comparing. It's an extreme, but that's like saying I want to catch up with all of wrestling. I was gonna say all of sports or all of a certain type of sport, and I was like, but wrestling makes the most sense. And the thing is that like you can catch up with wrestling and just watch like the promos without actually watching like you could really like watch like very easily catch up with wrestling just by like figuring out like, you know, who did what, like, who said what and who won. Like you could really boil it down to a science. And I'm like, even then, like, why the fuck would I do that? I'm not that in love with the subject. Like, I would... There's no possible... There's no way I'm watching all of One Piece, ever. Like, I don't think there's ever gonna be a point in my life where I'm like, oh, I should really catch up with One Piece. It's like... Dude, I stopped watching Bleach. And that, you know, that show actually ended. Like, I gave up watching Bleach because I was like, I'm not enjoying it anymore. That's the entire reason I stopped watching... That's the entire reason I stopped watching One Piece is because I just didn't want to continue, like, keeping up with it. It's just like, you know, Luffy is... at least the last time I saw it, it's like, Luffy's still in the Grand Line. You know, nothing... Like, he's gotten into a few fights. Like, he's had one arc where I was, like, invested in, and then it just, like, became, like, you know... It felt like filler combined with just, like, you know, Monster of the Week sort of shit. Or, like, Opponent of the Week sort of shit. And I was just like, oh god, no. Oh god, no. How long do I have to watch before another, like, you know, major arc starts? And it's just like... I'm like, eh. I'm just like, holy shit, the amount of time I'd have to watch. Oh yeah, here's the mix. But I'm just like... Like, how could somebody love One Piece so much that they're completely blind to the fact that it's so fucking wrong? Like, that's what I basically felt like. It's like, oh, you should watch it. It's like, dude, do you know how long One Piece is? Like, you watch One Piece. Do you not realize how much time that is? Are you, like, unaware of the time investment that would, be? That's not me trying to insult the dude. Also, I don't need 2 bone rapiers to get rid of one of them. I'm not trying to insult the guy, but like, holy shit. You are S-ing Luffy's D if you think that that you can recommend One Piece. You can't recommend One Piece. That's like recommending, like, what's a good comparison? Like, holy shit. That's like recommending watching all of Yu-Gi-Oh! And yeah, all of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a lot worse than all of One Piece, I'll admit. And when I say all of Yu-Gi-Oh!, I mean, like, every Yu-Gi-Oh! Series. But, like, that's the equivalent, because it's like, holy shit, dude, you know how much of that I'd have to watch? Or, like, you know, starting to watch a soap opera that was, like my grandmother watches, like, Young and the Restless. And do you know how long it would take? She's been watching the show for longer than I've been alive. You know how long it would be to sit down and watch every episode of that soap opera? That comes out, like, once a week for the past 30 years? Like it's literally insane. There's absolutely no way in hell I'm watching. Like, just... Sorry, I'm just like thinking about it. It's like, holy shit, yeah. One Piece probably has more episodes than that entire soap opera. And that soap opera's been going on for 30 some odd years. And I mean, One Piece might be going on for the same amount of time, but like, still, like, holy fuck, my man. That is too much. That is too rich for my blood. Oh, I actually feel like kind of anxious just thinking about it. It might also be like the sunk cost fallacy, which is the reason that people who are fans of One Piece hype it up so much, is because they've just watched so much fucking One Piece that, like, if at any point they realized just how much they've invested into one show, they would probably implode. So yeah, it's probably the sunk cost fallacy, where anybody who doesn't know what the sunk cost fallacy is, it's like basically like, oh well, I've lost X amount of money in this venture, so, or like gambling. It's usually a gambling fallacy. I've invested so much money that, like, it's got to be my time to win. It's like, well, I just got to keep putting in more to get my money back. And basically, it's a very easy way to lose all of your money by believing, or by basically falling for the gambler's fallacy, where you just, or not the gambler's fallacy, the sunk cost fallacy, where you're just like, oh, I can get all my money back, I just need to put in more money. And then you just put in more money, and then you're like, well, I've put so much money into this, I can't just give up. And it's like anything. Like, you could be like starting a business, and you're like, well, I've bankrupted myself, but I should just take out another loan. And when you've invested 300 hours into something, you're like, fuck yeah, it's amazing. Because if you didn't think it was amazing, if you didn't think One Piece was worth 300 hours of your life, which might not seem much over like 20-minute intervals, but to binge it, to catch up, like, holy shit. And that's the thing, is that when I watch an anime, I usually like to watch it back to back to back to back. And that's the thing, I want to binge watch it in a single day. Or like watch an hour of it every single day. It's that if I started watching One Piece, that would be the only anime I'd want to, because otherwise I would just be juggling. I was about to say juggling Luffy's nuts, just because my brain's psychotic. If I let it, well, I mean, I said it anyways, but it's like, even if it's that good, like, there's gotta be filler. And that's the thing, it's like, it's really hard to binge watch a long anime that often has like comedic filler, because it's like holy shit. I'm just like thinking about it, it's like, holy shit, how much time would that be? Like, because how many of those 300 hours could be cut out? How many of those 300 hours are like, you know, like, how many hours of that is fan service, for an example? And it's just like, holy shit. There's a website that cuts out a lot of the filler. And it's like, at one point, should I just watch the highlights? At what point do I not watch One Piece and just watch all the good One Piece fights? Because that's what I was thinking about, like, Dragon Ball Super, because, like, that's also the thing. It's that Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z were my favorite animes. And I have not finished watching Super, because I was just like, holy shit, it's just more of the same. There's only so much of a single show I can watch before I'm like, this shit's getting worse. And like, even if One Piece doesn't get worse over the course, even if it gets better, it's still, well, I mean, in my opinion, at least visually speaking, or not visually speaking, it's in terms of like the quality, but like there's a character that's returned, and this has been spoiled for me. There's a character that is a returning character that used to be like absolutely morbidly obese, and they made her skinny, and I'm just like, wow, is this fat shaming? Just imagine like the meme image of the butterfly. Is this fat shaming? It's like, well, no, that's not what I mean by that, but I'm just like thinking like, oh, whoops. But essentially, I'm just like looking at it. It's like, and my problem is that she became the same sort of body type as every other female character. Like, females in One Piece have like one or two body types, and it's hourglass. It's hourglass and ugly as fuck. There are only two. There's only two sides of the spectrum. Oops. And I'm just like, wow. She used to look like an interesting character. Or well, she used to actually be an interesting character, and it's like, oh, now she looks like an interesting looking character. She used to look like an interesting character, and now she just looks like every other female. Like if you just changed her hair, color, hairstyle, and her outfit, she could look like any other fucking character in the entire show. Oh god, I just accidentally opened something. But like that's the level that One Piece is at right now, and like people meme it to shit. It's like they just had like all these side by sides of like female characters. I just saw this not yesterday, but a few like weeks ago. Like this image where it's just a bunch of female One Piece characters like Nami, Robin, and all those, just without their faces, like just like neck down, and you're like, and the caption is like name each character, and I'm just like looking at it, and it's like all I can think of is like they look the fucking same. It's like people do not look like people do not look this similar in real life. It's like holy shit, they're and it's just like huh. And then you look at the male characters, and it's just like everybody looks different. And it's like you could easily, if you did the same thing with the male characters, it'd be like easy to point out like who's who. And it's like holy shit, like unless you're looking at like a mole on their left ass cheek, like there's not much identifying marks aside from their faces. And I'm just like, what the fuck? Like legitimately just flabbergasted at the idea of like being told that like, oh yeah, you know, the guy should watch it. Not even because it's like changing its art direction, but it's just like, you shitting me? Like how far do I have to go for like how much do I have to explain this for other people to understand like why I would like rather not touch One Piece again? So I'm legitimately like, holy shit, dude. And it's not even that like that's like a deciding factor. It's like I don't give a shit that they all look the same. That's not like an honest like problem I have. But it's just, no, yeah, it does look better by moving the road like this. That was good. Actually, you can make it so the road goes to the house by swapping these two around. So can I move you to connect here? Oh, that's such an oversight. The pawn should be able to connect the rivers, but like just like it's just I loved One Piece when I watched it. Like the Fishman arc, great arc, absolutely amazing. Loved the hell out of it. Like that is an arc that I could rewatch like 100 times over, which I would sooner do than watch the entirety of one. I would sooner spend 300 hours watching the good parts that I've already watched than watch the new shit because it's just like holy. It's partially it's spite. Partially I'm like, why the hell would I do this? I feel like I feel insane for it being. It's not the problem that it's popular. So I don't. That doesn't. That doesn't enter my mind at all. But it's just like, but dude, God, I've really made a bad case for why I don't want to watch more One Piece. I'm just trying to think of like, it's not even that I should like make like a strong case for like why people shouldn't watch them. If you want to watch One Piece, if you are like wondering like, oh, there's a lot of One Piece still left to watch. Should I really watch it? It's like if you want to, like just go ahead. But like I would never. Not not when there's just like so much that I would have to watch. I feel like it's too much. I love how I've just like sort of like ended up in like a cycle of just being like, man, this doesn't feel right. Like I don't know. Oh, Net and Carl's house. Oh, these might be what one of the people don't like being near the machos, and usually the machos should just be like how I had them before, like right. You know what? Yeah, we can turn them this way. My house can also be here. Paige's dad likes to be next to the pond. Let's house. It's windmill. Can't necessarily remember who wants the windmill next to their house. I'll figure it out once they start. Once I get to asking questions. But for now, I just want to get everything placed. So it feels a little empty. What is this one? Oh, we got more trees. Put like a tree here. It feels wrong, but just two uniforms. Move that there. That one right here. Oh, let's move it. Oh, that might be in the way. So I think over here, I kind of want to move at least one of these off to the side. Though you'll see, like, I mean, I've seen trees that are like completely lined up and like in a row. So like it's like if you did something like this, it wouldn't even necessarily be wrong because sometimes trees just end up like that. But it's where they're identical. Like I wanna You here, move you here. There we go. But because it's like a trio of trees, it feels weird to have like three. It's weird to have them both line up with each other because it's just too similar already. There's more. Just a whole bunch. Nah, that just looks ugly at that point. Oh, whoops. We read that. Doesn't look bad. Oh, right, yeah, I also need to put people inside the house. But yeah. I honestly feel like that person who said that probably doesn't. Oh, oops. Probably doesn't realize that that it would take. It's such a time investment, and I don't know if that guy actually realizes that it's just that much of a time investment. It's horn. Maybe he does. Maybe he's just like, oh yeah, even if it is a massive time investment, you should still do it. And if that's what they feel like, that's fair enough. But otherwise, it's like, holy shit. Hag who tells fortunes. It's a big sister who's a great chef. Oh, that's the dog. Okay, there's that. This page. A fireball, anti with a butter. No. Oh, no, you. Duh. I like how I can't put the ant down anywhere. It's like, holy shit, the ant is just completely screwed because I don't have her house. She's just stuck in one of the ball holes. Let's complete some of these. Oh, I do have benches, correct. So now he's gonna give me his item. Paige needs to tell me how to finish her house. Speed 3, that's pretty good. I like how my brain is like. Toad. Is that how I want it? Toad. I was in the middle of taking a bath. How about joining me here? God, that's a tall bath. Oh, I see. Oh, thank you. I can enjoy a hot bath like this. Let me give you something. Just for now. I just give you fucking something. I'll also give you cheese over there. Only one piece now. Only take one piece now. God, he has a lot of cheese. Okay, that's about it. Oh, see ya. Wow, get rid of this regular water. You can also get rid of like the items, but then immediately break into his house. Gotta be finishing that bathtub, boy. How should I rebuild the room? Let's see. Place for a house. I like it where I can smell good food. Yeah, I need to go back into the dungeon and waste some items. I don't know if you can miss some of the chests. It wouldn't surprise me because I've seen a lot of chests spawn in the same areas of the chests. And you have treasure needs met. Yeah, don't. It doesn't really matter what water I get rid of. Don't really need all this escape powder. I only need one at a time. Really, I mean the amulets are nice, but I usually don't use them. The only reason I wanted to get rid of those is so I can actually pick up items. God. Oh, there's Paige. Tone! You're alive. I was worried. Thinking something happened to you because of me. Goodness. Thank goodness you're safe now. Now we gotta rebuild your house. Don't forget a lamp. It's scary at night without a light. Aw, she's afraid of the dark. For me, and I mean, this is the case for a lot of people. It's not that I'm afraid of the dark. It's that I'm afraid that there's shit in the dark. I'm afraid of what is obscured by the dark. So, you know. It's not the inability to see, it's what I'm not seeing that bothers me. Tone. Good to see you. I've made a new pouch. It's for you. Expand my inventory. There, done. Looks like you can carry a lot of items, huh? It's up by 10. Okay, I wish you luck, Tone. Go for it. Yeah, but where's the father with my rod? Fish candy. Excuse me? Oh yeah, of course it's ZL's favorite. Yeah, I was like, fish candy doesn't seem right. But yeah, that gives her. Oh, we got so much defense. Night and day. Ooh. Oh. Oh. It's you, Tom. How did you make it? Are you stuck inside that strange bubble too? Hello. Gina seems to be very fond of you. She's fast, just like me. Rebuild your house. We have lots of stuff around the house. I had a storage cabin for storing the clutter. How will I know it's done? Gina's quick to run away lately. I wonder what's going on with her. I think she has some feathers that she wants to give me. How should I rebuild the room? Well, as he made it for us, he's always fiddling with machines in his house. I can't stand the noise from his house. I appreciate if you placed our house far away from the mayor's house. That is very doable. I like how I just like threw her back into the diorama. Or georama. But yes, there we go. You're on the opposite side now. Hope that's far enough. Let's go pilfer some chests. Fruit of Eden. I'll give this one a Xiao. It's nice to have at least a little HP with her. Power up powder. Skip a level for one of our weapons. Which I may end up doing. Tasty water. Yeah, earlier I was gonna make a, well, I wouldn't even say a joke. It's like, well, because I was kind of like self-conscious about how I was altered as a guard to increase our water capacity. I was gonna, because I was kind of anxious about the whole like One Piece conversation. Made myself uncomfortable for some reason, because I didn't feel like I was like justifying my action. I don't know why I feel like I have to do that, but I was like, what's the worst thing that I could do? Make people want to watch One Piece? It's like. It's like, well, it doesn't make a very good argument against watching One Piece, so I think we should all watch One Piece. It's like, fuck no. It's not gonna change anybody's mind. And you're like, man, he's talking about One Piece a lot, despite the fact he doesn't want to watch the show anymore. Yeah, that's legitimately like the worst thing that somebody could think about what I'm talking about. It's like, why does that make me anxious? But it's just, it's the way that I am. Fluffy donut, which is my thing. It's powered by 7. Very nice. It's honestly like night and day, every single one of those. I need to find a fishing rod. That's the one that Pike gave me one. Dyke. I think he despawned because I walked past him. Which side now? There you are. So, did Paige do something about it? No, I don't need to hear it. All I'll do is keep distance and watch. Sure, build a room. Wow, Tone, fishing is great. You should try fishing too. Well, then give me your fucking fishing rod, you cunt. I remember giving it a precious item as a present a long time ago. Oh, don't get me wrong, it didn't mean anything. Come to think of it, that was a waste. Alnet might have the fishing rod. God damn. Remember Alnet at the Star Village? Don't you think she was cool? I'm gonna dance at the festival someday, just like Alnet. Should I rebuild the room? So that's why my dad was in a good mood. Yeah, because he's right next to the water. Yeah, maybe Alnet has the fishing rod. Somebody has that fucking fishing rod and I want it. Just like legitimately being like, damn it, where's my rod? Oh yeah. I don't know, I always feel insecure whenever I'm talking just to myself because there's no structure to what I'm going on with. So, that would imply that there's ever structure to my conversations, but it just, I don't know. It's basically me crying out for somebody to talk to me. I don't know. Right, why in the world did I barge into your house? Odd. But I already went through your belongings. Just like no, like, qualms with just mentioning that, yeah, I'm stealing everybody's shit. Magical power 3. Pack 1. Thunder acquired. A whole bunch of items in here. Fire added. Check the mayor's house too. Wind. And holy. Okay. once we get back to the dungeon... Ooh, another fish. I swear that wasn't there last time I was here. So imagine if we could feed everybody's favorite food to the same person. It's like, oh, that doesn't seem right. Well, yeah, it's a good idea to every time you come to town do several spins around just to make sure you didn't miss anything, because every single item is useful in one way or another. I just like to imagine the villagers being like, A, who keeps putting these chests in our house? And B, who keeps opening them? I imagine one person's like, somebody left an empty chest in my house. There's also a broken lock on it. Someone has broken into my house and left a previously open chest in my room. Just imagine. Oh. Sorry, it's just something about the image of somebody doing that. Pocket. Ooh. There we go. Hell, I don't know if I've ever picked that up before. And then there's gourd, increase max water value. Yeah. It depends on the character, but mostly Tone's the one that I use. So. Well, you will want like one on every character. But yeah, definitely stack every single one on Tone. Or stack them all on one character that you're actually using all the time, because, I mean, whoever uses the most water is the person that you use the most, so. You know, you can just, like, you can just switch to whatever one you want to travel around as in the dungeon. And then switch during combat to somebody who has less gourds. Unless you're, like, somebody who knows how to play this game properly, and you're like, well, you should balance them all out because you're going to be using them constantly. It's probably the best way to play. But I have never been one for optimization. Well, minimum optimization. It really depends. Depends on what I'm trying to get out of the game. Stand-in powder. I believe that's used when somebody gets knocked down. So you use stand-in powder to swap characters. Yeah. I think the reason I left this for I left this for is because I was running out of items. Wanted to. I don't remember what I was doing last. Which was basically building up. I believe this is my weapon that I'm going to fold into another. Alright, yes. Power powder. I hate how it defaults to that. I wish it forced you to use the item, like, instead of just automatically using it when you select power up, it just makes you have to actually use it on the item. Or have it like be a separate option. It's like, oh yeah, use power powder. That feels like it's a lot better. Also, if you collected a power powder, you can really speed up the game. It's probably better for higher level weapons rather than just like using it in really early game, but it can give you an extra push. Depending on when you take that push, you can potentially accelerate yourself pretty decently. So until we get our place where we stockpile our items, it's going to be a waste of inventory space. Stamina drink, nice. Ugh. But I think the second game only has 2 characters, which is kind of... Well, I think it's 2 characters that have 2 weapons each. If I remember correctly. I believe they both have a melee and a ranged weapon. So... I mean, it's more... it's neither here nor there. I'll probably end up playing that after this. At some point. I'm not going to immediately follow it up, because that would probably leave me a bit exhausted. It would burn me out if I had to play both games back to back. And like I've mentioned before, burnout is the last thing I want. Let's move around this a bit, you know. Okay, it wore off after a while. I was like, man, she's still frozen. Whoops. Definitely a bit of an oversight. Let's get... Get this gem. And use it on something. Not a skeleton. Yeah, range weapons are pretty good against flyers. Holy shit. 2 shots full. I've already put attachments inside of it. He still wants more stats. Still wants more of a lot of things. Great stability against sky creatures. It's genuinely good. Sorry, I have a very poor memory, as I keep mentioning. So I can only collect so many things in my mind at once. With one currency. This increases action. I should probably stay as Tone. If he only has 1 weapon, it's kind of like, what am I doing with this thing? It's what I'm thinking in the back of my head. It's like, what direction am I taking this weapon in? I'd like at least like 2 or 3 weapons for each character before I start building them up. Because if I start using that weapon, well, I mean, I also have repair bullets. Yeah. But if I like accelerate the weapon too fast, it would be... I also want to see what I collect the most of, because if I collect a lot of the same weapon type, I can use that weapon type as material. Like say the I have like 3 shamshears, 2 base lords, 2 kitchen knives, and 1 gladius. What is gladius? Gladius goes to 2 different types. Good to know. I believe the big Odars, or Odars, are water-based enemies? Or aquatic enemies, I should say. Rock. And also rock. I want to deal neutral damage. Don't accidentally use this weapon. Did I get tram oil or just my imagination? Yeah, it was just my imagination. Probably wrong about how deep this dungeon is. very wrong. It's not too big of an issue. Key, which means it's a golden door. Also, that's either a very good find or very big mimic. Figure out which one it is. Yeah, that's King Mimic. They do give a lot of money though, from what I remember. Get an anti-mimic item, or just 25 gold, I guess. God, I don't already be yawning. Oh, switch characters. Does she have a status of depth? Every time I switch to her, I feel like she has a status effect. Or maybe that's just... It's a weird lighting effect that sometimes happens. Whoops, I let him poison. Oh, somebody's doing the floors. It's my bad. It's like my Buster. It's the name of my dog, Buster. But, my dog's gonna be very upset. He doesn't, I mean, a lot of dogs don't like the noise. Vacuums. God, I remember when I was a kid, and just the smell of the air after vacuum's been through a room is just gross. I don't know if it's like because the air's been like put through the vacuum cleaner, but like just all the air in the room. It just feels like I've put my face up to the vacuum cleaner itself. So I feel like. I don't know if that gives like a good like mental image of what I'm talking about, but I don't know, maybe it's only me. Maybe it's only just old vacuums that do that, but okay. Oops. I forgot which button was blocked. It's this. Sorry, I keep scratching my nose. But yeah, if I can, I'll probably use Tone's weapons to build up everybody else's weapons. Once I start breaking them down. Though that might take longer than what I remember. Might depend on the area. I might also be looking for better base parts. For base weapons to be breaking down, but... I'm not entirely sure. Oh yeah, I'm more than content taking my time. Just enjoying myself. Which is to say I wouldn't mind like absolutely taking forever to build up any weapon. Seems to be one shot as long as I'm careful. I mean, they get one shot regardless of whether or not I'm careful. I mean, it's locked. Let's say it's poison. Poison trap. Which, yeah, see, this is why I never go for explosive, because it doesn't do much. Tone weapon you can't carry anymore, man. I want 2 base lords. I only need 1 of these, so... Sorry, Shamshir, but you're going out to pasture. Watch it be just another Shamshir. Another kitchen knife, which does not fill me with hope. Yeah, let's just use this to get rid of the noise, because that's gonna get on my nerves. So, did I have another Dran's feather? No, okay. Yeah, it's just used automatically. Repair powder just used automatically, so this is a slot. Let's stack bread on top of itself. Yeah, you can put a lot of the same item on a stack. Well, it's best to have many of an item that you want to use, rather than have many like diverse items, because you only have 3 active slots, and I think it stays that way throughout the entire game. Please don't teleport. Thinking kind of abilities am I gonna like? Well, what kind of weapon do I really want? Which, to be honest, is probably just gonna be like generally just like as many stats as I can get that do just about everything. I'm just gonna want like I mean, it'd be nice to have like an Omni Sword, but I'm probably gonna have like a setup where I have a bunch of weapons that are specialized. I might do the I believe this exists. I can't remember if it's this game or a different game, but there should be an optional dungeon. I'm like 90% sure this game has an optional post-game dungeon. Which, assuming that it does, and I'm not stupid, I will be probably doing that. For no other reason than because I can. And it also gives me a reason to over-prepare for the final boss. Just even if I do, well, an excuse to prepare. Just it's like, oh yeah, even if I, you know, don't need a certain amount of strength, like even if I like absolutely crush the boss, I'll still have the optional dungeon, so it won't really matter. Like, oh, the final boss is really easy, but now I can use this weapon that is too strong for the final boss on the optional dungeon. I don't know. Sorry, my brain is starting to fly, which is not good. Is this the boss room? A horn-shaped keyhole. Guess we can now leave the dungeon. No sign of monsters. Give me a second, I need a drink. Speaking of which, so does my character. Some regular water. Let's enter this menu and just start laying down people's houses. Hag, I believe the hag wants to be... You actually want to be here. No, the hag likes to be next. The waterfall. Or not the... What? The windmill. The hag likes to be next to the windmill. Sorry, I just... My brain is very sick. I believe if you finish the windmill, that's what unlocks the final area. Oh, there's the building animal. Thanks to the character in the house. There you go. Back in the steps. Put it in a cabin. Lantern. Since we're at the boss, we should have room for characters. Okay. Whoops. Not too far for that. Okay. Dino Slayer, which probably going to be useful. Oh, I mean, it's definitely going to be useful eventually. Oh, it's you. Oh, it's you, Tone. You startled me. God. What did you say? You get this old, your hearing goes. Those Macho Brothers. One day they're drunk and fighting, and the next they're waking, they're walking side by side. You can't tell if they get along well or not really. What can this old lady do for you? Let's see. I can keep your belongings. You don't want to carry them with you. We gotta rebuild your house. Well, let's see. I like a bench outside so I can sit in the sun. And the jars. I like them displayed outside too. Oh, hap. Oh, whoops. I should have rebuilt the room. An itsy-bitsy amount of magic is in the Dran's windmill. It's strange, but if you stand near it, you can feel full of energy. I like my house to be in front of Dran's windmills, alright? From the blades. And isn't it odd with all that's been going on with Dran hasn't done something? It really is odd. Something's probably happened to Dran too. Tone, please save Dran. That is my request. Oh, I guess I have two requests then, don't I? Okay. But you want your house. There you go, Hag. I didn't call her Hag. Don't blame me. Let's move this windmill over here. But they also function as watchtowers, so let's actually move them where they could actually function as their namesake. I mean, there's a pretty good locale for a windmill. We already have a look at there, essentially. And yeah, one overlooking this area. Jar. Oh, actually, I think that would be called an urn. I don't know. Hey, good to see you back. Everything's back. Everything's back the way it was. I don't even know how to thank you. Well, I decided I'll give you a hand. This old girl's hand to help you on your quest. You can use my closet to store items you don't need. Come and drop by items anytime. So basically, you just leave all of your random odds and sods here. Oh yeah, she won't be satisfied until you actually do it. Get some items. Actually, we're very likely to get the fishing minigame very soon, so there's no point of doing that. Let's save this stamina drink. Okay, so I can throw in these base lords. We'll worry about the base lords later. If only. I'll keep those. I'll keep one base lord on my person, and I'll check in one of these other meat cleavers. And the gladius. I'll focus on the gladius later. And attachments. Yeah, I'll probably just use all these. Once I have rubies that I don't want to be... Not rubies. But once I have certain... And any gems I can't necessarily use for something important, I'm just going to throw them there. I might just use the power-up powder. Oh, let's... Like I said, let's give at least one of these to both characters. Should I build their own? Okay, what if I just did this? Are you satisfied now, lady? Like, how dare you call me that? I'm your mother. Okay. So, you know what? Fuck you people. You can go around my house. Right, where's the road? Alright, perfect. Do want to necessarily move you. Yeah, let's see, that's perfect. Every time, this is what I love about this game is every time I remake this place, it's different. Every single time. Do you guys like where I put you? Dungeon will be tougher. The other day I almost got worked. Oops. I haven't gone there yet. Sorry. I have, you weirdo. So how should I rebuild the room? Yep. Okay, they're both satisfied with how close they are. I mean, they're still like a stone's throw away. What am I going on with? Right. There's only really one more. Hey, Tone. Bro. You're in one piece. I thought you were dead. It's not. That's not going to be his voice. That poncho's looking good on you. Someday, I'm going to ask for one of those cool ponchos, too. I don't know. What the fuck do you want from me? I'm just a kid, same as you. Ask my sister. Should I build your house? I'd like my storage cabinet with my treasures inside. Oh, yes, that's... Watch it just have like a room with treasure chests in it. Fishing supplies. Llama. Hey, Llama, how should I rebuild your house? Quick. Let's get Yao one more health upgrade. This will probably be the final one she gets, because she's ranged. I do want just, like, enough but I feel like I'm not too concerned about her getting like one shot or anything. That's most of what the threat is. Sort of getting one shot, because anything less than being one shot, like you can have so many items just to heal them or switch characters. But to get one shot, you need to use a more expensive item. But essentially, my 2 cents. Dino Slayer. I've already been here. Light Buster. It's just a weed whacker attachment to my weapon. Okay, let's path the road here. Path the road path here as well. Let the road continue to path here. I like that. That's what I love about the city building in this game, or town building, is that it always feels so organic, because you're just trying to listen to people's advice. And you don't necessarily have to follow it perfectly. As long as you satisfy their desires, like, the town will end up the way that the citizens like it, and that'll be, like, it'll be unique. But, I mean, there's only so many configurations, but, like, you know, just nice. It's sort of like whenever you play, like, any organic city builder. Like, City Skylines is a great example, where you build multiple cities, one to get you started, and, like, you can always retrofit it if you really wanted to, but usually what will happen is that you'll have, like, the, like the basic area, the basic industrial, just, like, the basic, utilities in one area, and then you build, like, a second city that has bigger roads, and that essentially, like, and again, you do sort of the same thing as that once you rank up again, you get, like, a higher population, then you go to even, like, then you, like, rank up your, you get all the new unlocks, and you're like, okay, well, I don't want to just tear apart all this, because this is making me money, so I'm just going to make another town, like, and, like, eventually you rip everything up, once you get, like, your main part of your town, or city, up and running, you're like, okay, now we can retrofit everything. But it's like, it's when you just leave it like that, it feels so organic. It's like, oh, this is where the town started, and it's still there. You know, uh, like the Macho Brothers will always be somewhere near the cave. You know, your mom will always want the house in a certain, like, orientation. Certain people want to be next to each other. Paige's house will always be next to the pond. You know, Laura's house will always be away from the mayor's house. You know, and it's just sort of like, as long as you know, take their requests into account, like, you'll always end up with, you know, a town that everybody likes, regardless of what it looks like. Sometimes it can just make complete ass. Like, I mean, I don't feel like I did too bad. Oh, it's you, Tone. No, that doesn't feel right. That's too young. Ah, it's you, Tone. So you're okay? I was locked inside some weird thing, but I don't remember much. This sounds too much like Paige. I don't have many women voices. Not to color anybody's surprise, but there isn't much I can do with. I mean, I can. It just takes a lot of effort, and it's hard to, like, keep multiple in my head. I mean, just in general voices. I'm not gonna do any voices, but I do them anyways, just because I think they're funny. But I don't remember. I don't remember much. Let me keep trying. So I'd like to have them, like, semi-unique voices. Give them semi-unique voices. But I Sorry. Clear my throat out a bit. What? Give me a second. I'm just trying to warm up my voice. La 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 la. Ba-da, ba-da, ba-da. But I don't really know. But I. I don't. Eventually, I'll get up good at voices if I do them enough. I hope. But I. But I. But I. But I don't really remember much. Anyway, good to know we're both safe. God, this sounds awful, but I'm going with it. Sight! This is just turning into tone. Hello! 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 Yeah. Say, Tone. You know what? Carl's always getting in trouble and annoying me. Like yesterday, oops, sorry. I think that he really enjoys annoying people. So she doesn't like Carl, apparently. Or, well, no, that's... Someone who lives in her house, it's not like I can move her away from him. I should have rebuilt your house. I'd like a lamp at the front door. It gets dark and scary at night. What happened when it's done? Once I help Uncle Pike moving to his new house. So he is Pike. Moving to his new house, he gave me this, and I don't really use it. I can't throw it in the garbage, so I'll give it to you. How's that? Should I rebuild a room? You know those Muscle Brothers, just not my type. See, so she wants to be away from the Muscle Brothers. God, my throat hurts. I haven't even been doing much yet, and my throat already hurts from this. This is obviously not the right way to go in. I'm just checking it for more items. The only reason I got... I was gonna say I'm just checking because I'm stupid. But because it was an item, I'm like, yes, save. Save by there being an item in here that I can grab. Oh, Tone, there you are. I keep my promises. Just a moment. One time during Dungeons and Dragons, I actually made like a female voice that was so, like it was so. It confused my friend, my best friend, who was the DM, the guy who runs the game. It confused him so much because he knew it was me speaking, because I was the only one doing that voice. But it made him so uncomfortable that he's like, Calvin, please stop that voice. Never once did I stop using that character's voice like that. Like, it was very, hello. Like, it was like slightly feminine and very soft, very like monotone, but like the hint of, you know, femininity and very soft. I can't remember how to do it, but essentially it was so on the ballpark of where I wanted it to be that it made my friend very uncomfortable. I was like, yes, that's exactly what I was going for, to make you uncomfortable. It's like, please stop. Please stop. It makes me feel so weird that that's you. And I'm just like, yes. That's how you know you're doing a voice right, is when you're like, you know you're a man, right? Yes. Yes. I can never remember how to do it. Like, I have a pretty decent range. My singing voice is higher than my talking voice, because I force my voice because of where it is, which is why I have such a high range. It's because it's high, it's here. Like, obviously when I like make it harsher, I make it harsher on purpose, which hurts my throat. But that's just... It's a habit that I had in school because my voice never dropped dramatically. So I felt like I had to artificially lower my voice, and now it's just a habit that I haven't figured out how to get rid of. Got rid of? Get rid of. Here, fishing rod is. I promised. Sorry, my throat. Here. No, my voice is starting to squeak. It's starting to shatter. I I got this from Uncle Pike, but I don't really use it. Now it's yours. Hey, don't tell Uncle Pike, okay? How do you use it? I don't really know, sorry. Aw, sis, that's not fair. Didn't I tell you I always wanted that? Oh, whoops, that's a different character. What are you talking about? Wasn't his voice... You almost drowned in the pond once, remember? I'm not allowing you to fish, it's too dangerous. What the... I can't remember what voice I did for him. That's not fair. That's not fair. And I'm just like, what the fuck did I just step into? That's why I was bringing up my memory losses, because it's so overt half the time. Phew. Phew. Am I glad? Those huge muscle freaks really weird me out. I guess I changed the dialogue. Just those doesn't like muscly men. Wow. My sister didn't give it to me. It's not fair. Sorry, just implications. Yeah, Carl doesn't mind the machos. Right. Where is Pike? Okay, let's go to the fishing area. That might tutorialize me. Okay, let's just read the tutorial. The manual. Where are you? There you are. I say as I sort it into a blue. Alright. I'm so stupid. I keep trying to look at my weapon. Or not weapon. I keep trying to activate it as an item. Sorry. Bubbles caught in my throat. Probably because of the way I've been speaking. Acquiring a fishing rod allows you to fish. To fish, press the X button in front of a fishing rod located at fishing locations such as ponds in a room. When the fishing menu appears, select fish and you will enter fishing mode. You can kind of hear it now, like when I end words, like when I string words together fast enough, you can't really hear when my voice like dips down. So you kind of hear like to fish. You can kind of hear it still feels so unnatural. To fish. See, that was more natural. Except you can always hear like whenever I talk, I always dip down. It's just subconscious at this point. It's not how. It's not me talking naturally at all, unfortunately. And honestly, I hate the way that it sounds now. I wish I had like a more natural speaking voice back. But I've built up such a habit of speaking like this. To fish, set the bait on the hook. Press square and choose the bait from the choose bait window. Only bait items can be used as bait. There is typical bait with worms and atypical bait as well. Give them all a try. Once the bait is set, choose an area to cast the rod and press the X button while facing the water surface. Now you're ready to fish. Watch the floater movement. When it sinks into the water, press the X button in sync with it. If your timing is right, you'll catch a fish. When you return the catch to the water fairy will give you FP fishing points depending on the type and size of the fish you caught. Collect FP Collected FP can be exchanged on the fishing board. Let FP exchange from the fishing menu on the fishing board. Select the desired item from the FP exchange window and exchange them with your FP. The record for your catches are on the fishing board. The top 20 are saved. Selecting fishing record from the fishing board allows you to check them. Finish bait. Can't be used as bait, unfortunate. Here's cheese. It'll tell you if you can use it as bait. Let's use prickly. Yeah. And the fishing minigame is really basic. You just like throw it out and wait for a fish to take the. And if you time it right, you get it. There's no challenge to it. Filler 54 centimeter caught. Fishing point plus 18. Total points 18. Record 54. Will fish actually bite if I have no bait on it? I don't think anybody will go after it. Minimum. Yeah, it doesn't look for fish, but usually if you cast it anywhere, the fish will come find you. Which, that was a mistake. If you're, that was just because I was hearing the steps of my character and it kind of like freaked me out. Character's not as patient as I am. But yeah, if you're not careful, the fish will take your bait while they're nibbling on it. Like if they pulled it down, they can actually eat it off. Well, I mean, that's usually part of the course. Yeah, smart fish in real life too will just nibble your bait. 75. Fishing points, 31. But yeah, if you collect enough fishing points, you can get like very, very good items. So I'll be constantly coming back here to fish. I believe you can get better fish in different areas. But for now, we're stuck fishing here. We only have one area. I don't know if this is in a different video game, but I remember there being like back areas to fish in something. Or like dungeon areas to fish. Again, might have been like a Zelda game or something. I can't remember. Not bad. Gobbler, 72 inches. But it's not good for anything. Yeah, please come back. I don't think you can fish. I don't think any of the fish will come after you with a naked hook. Unless I'm wrong. I mean, in real life, if you have a bait hook, you don't need to put bait on it. Because, well, yeah. Like if it looks like a fly or a worm or something, or just a smaller fish, fish will just like bite onto the hook itself. Or try to swallow your lure, which is also hooked. But like seriously, when I say that, like you could literally have like just a fish's eye on the end of a hook, and a hungry fish will go after that. Like the amount of times that I've my dad has used that trick when I was fishing with him. Like I would be fishing and I'm. It's mainly because I'm good at being patient. But essentially I'd end up catching a lot of fish. So it'd be like, well, we're running out of worms, so like let's just, and then he like takes a bit of the fish, like say it's eye, and puts it back. Or if it's a small fish, he's just like, oh yeah, give me that. Skewers the fish on the hook, throws it back in, and he's like, let's try to catch a different one, or bigger one, I should say. That's like a great tactic is catch a small fish to use as bait for a bigger fish. Like if you lose the bait on the small fish because they ate it. But sometimes you'll get like a piece of bait and the fish like it won't come off the hook when you like catch the fish out of the water or bring the fish out of the water. So you're just like, well, there's still a worm on the hook. Throw the hook back in. This is time to catch another one. But yeah, honestly, ugh, even in real life, I could just sit here fishing for hours. Oh, he just took a little nip underwater. Sometimes they only take it underwater for like 2 seconds. Non-key 73 centimeter, 7 points. And I believe that is the final piece of bait. But yeah, let's go and check on the things that we can exchange. Like you can get the Tsukikage, sword with sacred power of moonbeam, and Matador. So you can get a pretty decent weapon if you save up enough fishing points. Or you can usually you'll go for the attachments, the gems. Well, yeah, like there is so much stuff. There's so much reason to play this minigame. But oftentimes I would just do the fishing minigame just because I enjoyed just sitting there and just watching the bobber. It's honestly one of my favorite things to do in video games. Is just relax. Occasionally press a button. Okay, how should I rebuild the room? Rebuild your house. God, I completely forgot our voice. We have lots of stuff around the house. I like a storage cabin for storing the clutter. Oh, Toad, I found you. How come you don't play with me anymore? We have when it's done. I'll give you this pretty feather I found on the ground the other day. Tell me how to rebuild your house. Don't forget Gino's tricycle. Put it outside the house, please. I like how it's Xena and Gina. I mean, I assume that's just like a mistranslation. I don't care. Hello. Tone. Have you ever gone outside the village? I want to see outside the village too. Mommy tells me I'm too young to go. That's not fair. My brain is like, please stop. my brain's legitimately like, dude, you're just ruining the throat. I wish I remembered Laura's voice. I can't remember. Saved my life. Oh, Tom! Look! Gina's house, it's back to normal. Impressive. I thought you were only a kid, and now look at you. I'll cook for you today. Please stay with us for a meal. Here, take this for you, Tom. Giant feather. Isn't this pretty? If you keep this, your body will become light. Set it to activate item and bring your cursor over it. Hold down X as you move, and you can move faster. This way, even Mom will be able to catch you. God. Like my throat's bleeding. Lately, mice are all over my house. I'm terrified. You could do something about that, right? You're a man, aren't you? Mom's storing his lab because she's managing him to sleep because the mayor's far. Oh, great. Yeah, 87% of the requests. Claude's next to Laura, who cooks. Alnette is away from the machos. You're next to here. You're in the right orientation. You're next to people. Paige is near the pond. Is there anything I'm missing? Oh yeah, Transwoman. I'm pretty sure that's how we... It's a boss battle? Okay. Horned Key, so that's how you get into the boss fight. And the reason you do the 100% completion on the request is so you can get a special item. Usually it's a skill at the end of completion. Usually requires you to finish the boss fight. At least that's every time I've ever done this. Or every time I've ever gone to. It's usually at the end. And you also need to do a certain amount of completion to unlock the boss fight in the first place. So you can't just neglect it completely. Otherwise, you're going to have to... I mean, the game is eventually going to be like, hey, it's time. It's time to build. Watch your brothers left the cave. Check the area. Scan it for any sort of items. The guy. Oh, this is his boxes. Trying to rub it in that I have his fishing rod. Or the fishing rod that he wanted. Under here? Nah, not really. You got anything for me to jack, old man? I like how he never changes his dialogue. He just keeps saying, like, hey, freeloader, go buy your own stuff now. It's like, dude, I'm trying to save the village. It's like, well, it looks pretty safe to me now. It's like, dude. Please. I mean, heck. Well, item. I was matching the X button. You decide. And I accidentally got spun around. Okay. I'm not gonna save these. Okay, let's go back to Floor 9. Also, I love how the Macho Brothers are just like casually going into the cave to fight stuff. So it's like, oh, it's dangerous. That's exactly how we like it. Sorry. Perfect. Yep, Divine Beast Chamber. So yep, let's go back to floor 9. The weapon I'm currently using is about to undergo another level up. Customize. Okay, what do you want? Mimic. Okay. Mimic. And Undead. Actually, I think I already have enough Undead for it. Also wanted Thunder. Let's look again. Thunder. Also Thunder. Mimic. And that's plants. I assume. Let's use both of those. Let's go in, shove magic 3, endurance 2. One more time. Status break you. Give me a bit of everything. God, look at that night and day. Night and day. 100%. Bye. I just got some the window. And now it shouldn't perform half bad. So what's its attack? 23. Oh man, that feels good. They burned the level up powder, but now I can actually begin the first part of the process of leveling up this weapon, which is getting the weapon. Well, getting the first weapon put inside of it. Someone just tapped me and I got poisoned. I like how poison me didn't do any damage. Ooh, treasure key, that is super useful for not having to guess. You're not a chest. You're not a chest at all. Oh, right, I do need to get, if I find a mini. Throw stuff at it. Dang it. There we go. But yeah, our weapon HP more so represents the amount of hits we can do at this weapon. I mean, hell, not even every time we hit with it goes down. Okay, that went down by 3. Yeah, see, the statue is a lot more dangerous for a weapon. Okay, once we rank this up once, I'm going to be going back to a different weapon to turn it into a synth item. If only you could turn your dagger into a synth item. So that would kind of allow you to brick your save, but still. Oh, I just wanted to not be in my inventory. Or if you could build up the dagger. Like if it had a little low cap. I mean, I know you can build it up a little, but like you can't like evolve it. If you could just evolve it a little. But no matter what, it doesn't really matter, because if you break your dagger, it goes back to its weakest form, I believe. So there's no real point in investing in it. Oh, I wouldn't be surprised if somebody was beating the entire game just by using the dagger. Oh, I can't imagine it being enjoyable, considering, you know, that's like a major part of the game is the item crafting. Or weapon crafting, I should say. It's like playing Grand Theft Auto and never doing anything involving cars. Like, could. I mean, you really couldn't, but. Well, I mean, you can, but you wouldn't be able to do a lot of the missions in the game. You wouldn't even be able to do the tutorial. Yeah, you wouldn't even be able to get out of the tutorial, but assuming that you got out of the tutorial, or just like skipping it, like you could technically play the game without ever like choosing to use a vehicle. Well, like, holy shit, what if the only time you use vehicles is when they were essential in Grand Theft Auto, and like the rest you just walk? Like, holy shit, that would be so tedious. Like, I feel like my brain would fall to pieces before I even, like, I don't even want to think about that. Like, especially San Andreas, because I think San Andreas had one of the biggest maps. And just the idea of being forced to, like, if you could walk through a mission, if you could beat a mission just by walking, that's what you had to do. Like, holy shit. Plus, you like a massive walkthrough, it's like, what the fuck? What would be the fun in this, except for the ability to say that you did it? But like, I watched the guy who did like a Dark Souls challenge run, and he's like, "Do not attempt this run. How do you attempt this run if you're ready to lose a part of yourself?" That's verbatim what he said. Yeah, word for word what he said. It's like, you know, it's like, I'm just not that kind of person. Where I'm like, yeah, I want to play the game. Unless it was like something that like it was my preference. It's like, oh, this is my playstyle. Like trying to play the game with only using like tone, and having tone be the only character I really do much with. That's just how I play. You know. Okay, so I need more tech and MT and the thunder. Well, yes, now I'll be moving on to this Shamshir again. still needs more holy and just a bunch of other things. Do you need ice? You do. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, there's a case to be made for saying that, like, or for believing that I should not have wasted those level up powders, but like, I wanted that inventory space to be cleared up, and I wanted that, including the inventory space for the weapon. So, and yeah, they're rarely save time, but also I spend the whole time trying to save up. It's like rare candies in Pokemon. Like, half the time, I'll either not use the rare candies, or I'll just use the rare candies as soon as I get them. Or after my cousin taught me how to duplicate them, I would just like use rare candies for everything under sun. So I learned later that or after I learned the way to level up them by using them, I also learned that it's very important to actually like train your Pokemon. Which, you know, actually fighting with your Pokemon makes them stronger. Who would have thought? At this point, I don't even use rare candies when I play Pokemon, so I'm just like, well, you know, like half the fun of the game of Pokemon for me is just like, you know, playing the game and just like fighting Pokemon, looking for new ones, capturing the new ones I find, and fighting the ones that I already have. So it's kind of like, why would I speed up the process if I wanted to play the game more? Which goes back to the thing I was talking about, where longevity is important for me in video games. It's always been like that. I don't know if it'll always be like that, but I don't think I would ever understand the appeal of a game that you can beat in 1 hour and has no replay value. It's like, shit, man. If I wanted to have a story that was over that quickly, I would just read a book. You know, there are better. I find that like books and movies and stuff are better short-term media. Video games for me have always been like a long-form sort of deal. So I'm not saying short games are bad, but there's a certain length that I expect. And not necessarily in terms of story, but just in terms of like the amount of potential replay value or just like play value. Like if there's at least 8 hours, well, it depends on how expensive the game is. Like I've always said $1 for every hour. If I pay $80 for a game, I expect 80 hours and a half. And you know, because that's the dollar value that I place on an hour. And I don't think I've ever changed. I don't think that opinion will ever change for me. Because I'm just thinking about it. So. Sorry, I'm pausing. I'm just like deep in thought. Oh god, there's 2 dragons. Let's make sure I've customized this thing. Okay, I know this isn't exactly what the weapon actually wants, but I'm gonna switch over to Dragon Slayer. That's what's on this floor. It's dragons. Right, I should use block. can't. That is so weird that she can block. I don't know how well that would work. It exists. Oops. Like, I'm just like thinking of like what short games have I ever played? I think the answer is, aside from like Flash games and like other free games, like none. I guess it's just sort of like the fact that you need a certain amount of build-up to feel like you've enjoyed something. It's like if a movie was only 1 hour, it's hard to get invested in the characters and the plot with only 1 hour. It's like... It's the same thing with anime as well. Ooh, this steel stuff. I'm going to use it first. Get this... Oh, no. Build up. Okay. Mage. Okay, so it doesn't need any elements. It does want attack. And... speed. Break the window. It also doesn't want them. It doesn't need magic. I'll be using the bandit slingshot a lot. I hope to collect a few of them. Because I want the Nina's. That's a different game. But I want CL to be able to constantly be stealing. So this will probably be my item of choice on every single one of her weapons. Yeah, a certain amount of game time, like even the game with like a basic premise, like short games need to have something of merit to really like warrant. I mean, obviously if they're cheap, like obviously if they're like I said, if it's a 1 hour game, it's only priced at $1. Then like, you know, Bob's your uncle, perfectly fine. But like, how to explain this any better than just like, I guess while I'm thinking about how to... Hell... I know Fresh Fish is had item to get into a back room. This is useless. Get me wrong. Like, games are getting more expensive, which makes sense considering the cost of production and all that jazz is going up, but like... I'm just thinking, like... Is the cost of production going up at the same rate as the quality of games is going up? Because, like, a lot of games, like, aren't as good as the predecessors half the time. When it comes to, like, AAA games. AAA games is really bad when it comes to, like, you know, actually getting banged for your buck. which is kind of obnoxious. It's like, are you sure that you're worth $80 to me? Game that will not be mentioned. Like a game like Skyrim, that you could play like for hundreds of hours, and then be like, okay, I want to start a different character. Unless you're playing like an omni build, which, you know, that's what I do. Where you just like have a bit of everything, which you can do. Like you could, but you could replay it like as like a pure mage, pure fighter, and then a pure like stealth archer, or just pure archer that like fights out in the open. And that's 3 playthroughs of a game that is super fucking long. Depending on if you just mainline the story. If you just mainline the main story, then like, of course you're not gonna get much bang for your buck because you're just skipping 90% of the optional content. But you know, the game has on offer enough stuff to be worth, you know, $80 or whatever. You know. But then you get a game that I said I don't play enough games that are like that I could even give an example of. Like imagine one of the rogue, like imagine like One Step From You, if one playthrough was enough to see everything in that game. And like, holy shit, that would not be worth playing. Like even if it, I can't remember. I had it gifted to me, so I don't actually remember how expensive. I don't know how expensive it is. It is, but like even if it's like $5 to $20, like I could end up beating it in like 8 hours, or that's how long it took me to beat it. So it's like, that's not me saying. Obviously, that's not the case because the game has multiple characters and, you know, different endings and all that jazz. Like there's so much more that I haven't tapped into in that game. So that's a example of like what I actually prefer. But like, I'm trying to think. Like Vampire Survivors, like every playthrough of that game is half an hour. And if you only had to do 1.5 an hour run to see like the full game, as same example, it's the only short form type of game that I even play. It's like short but sweet roguelike type games. Well, like there's replay value. Like those games are 99% replay value. Like you could certainly beat the game, quote unquote, very quickly, but you could still get like so many hours out of it. I'm like literally looking at the different games on my PC. Well, the Last Spell used to be close to that, except it's another example of a game that has a lot of replay value. Yeah, there's 3 different maps you can play on. But back when it only had 1 town, it was sort of like, once you got strong enough to beat it once, you kind of didn't have anything left to do except make the game harder, which, of course, added replay value. Having higher difficulties and new game pluses is replay value. It's like, every game should have something along those lines. If they're going to be expensive. Which, I mean... but I still continue to be like, what is a game that is like single player, where one playthrough is enough to see everything, and it only lasts for like a few hours, like 2 or 3 hours at most. And I'm like, I don't play any games like that. Like, literally. Like, I don't have a single one of those installed on my PC. Sorry, I'm just laughing thinking about it. It's like, man, I need an example of this thing. It's like, don't have one. Like, I'm trying to look back at, like, when have I ever played a short game? Like, I play a lot of games that I can beat in one day, but one day, to me, it's a very long time. For most other people that have, like, a full-time job, a day is, like, short. Their free time is insignificant. But... give me a second. I like how all I can do is, like, look at games that I know have a lot of replay value. That I could, like, point to and be like, yeah, so if this was only like this, it would be a good example. But, like, give me a second, this updating. So many games. Because I'm just checking my Steam. I legitimately have not a single game that I would say has a short playtime. Yeah. Like, even Phasmophobia has a... I think it was like $10 when I bought it. 10 or 20? Around that area. I got, like... I put so many hours into that just because I actually enjoyed it. I like the multiplayer. Though, brings the worst out of me because I get because people are actually talking to me and I can hear their voices, so I kind of, like, forget that I'm also streaming, so I just sort of, like... I just sort of act too much like myself, an agent of chaos. And, just behave in, like, the most inappropriate ways possible. At least from my perspective. But, like, I put so many hours into that, and, like, every single game of that can be done in, like, 15 minutes. Again, another example of, if this was the entire game, and there was no variation, it would suck. But it has replay value. Well, I'm trying to think. I don't know. For me, it's just a part of... Like, how do you become attached to something that you've only... And I mean, of course, like, some stories can definitely do this with, like, just a single book being able to draw something out. Like, a book that's only, like, 100 pages, which can be read in, like, a day. It's still, like, elicit that sort of feeling, but, like, there's something about being attached to a character for, like, months. Like the Harry Potter books. And, of course, like, an example of One Piece. Like, you can get super invested because you have put time in. You can know so much about these characters that you want to see more. They can be driven forward. Though, obviously, I have my limits personally. But, like, things can be too short and be too long. But they need to be... Like, I'd rather something be too long than too short. Because if it's too short, I just... Like, you can't have a character that you've known for 2 days. Not in a video game sense. But, like, 2 days, like, in terms of, like, a book or a TV show. And have that character be, like, a really big impact when they die. Like... Like in, like, long, like, weekly shows, like, like you have that build-up of tension that you could, like, if somebody's in 2 different episodes of a weekly show that you're watching, as it comes out. That character's existed in your mind for 2 weeks, and then that character dies, and you actually feel something. But when you're playing a video game, and it's only 1 hour long, like, unless you're breaking it up into super small sections, like, you're never gonna feel that, like, oh, something was just taken from me. So, like, depending on, like, the media, you could potentially, like, have, like, an extreme, like, reaction. Or, like, in manga, like, a character can be in 2 chapters of a manga, and you're like, oh, this was separated by, like, a month. That there's a month of build-up of me being like, oh, this new character is amazing, I wonder what they're gonna do, and then they die. And you're like, oh, I had so much hope for you. But in a video game, like, or like, a great example, like, oh, this isn't really the case, but, it's like if the Telltale's The Walking Dead, if Lee died, like imagine the entire story of the first 2 or 3 games, I can't remember how many came out, 2 or 3 games, were all in, like, 1 8-hour game. It would feel so rushed. Like, you just wouldn't feel right. I don't know, I'm very bad at explaining things. But I assume people understand the concept. But, like, if Lee died after, like, just, like, you knowing him for, like, an hour, you'd be like, okay. But, like, if you were playing Telltale's The Walking Dead, I can't remember, like, how infrequent, like, I can't remember how long it took them to come out with each chapter. But, like, you could have potentially, it could have potentially been, like, for you, depending on, you know, how frequently you played these games as they came out, like, you could have been with this character for months and months and months in the form of a video game, and it's like, oh, fuck. I've been invested in this character for fucking months, and they've died. And it's like, we've been through so much. I've been anticipating what would happen next so many times over the course of so many weeks and months and whatever, that, like, when it hits you really fucking hard. You don't get that with a game that only lasts 1 hour. And it's more so the payoff than, like, the actual enjoyment. Like, it's a short game, you don't get that much payoff because you didn't really do much. Like, the story didn't really... It's hard to have a short but sweet story that really impacts you. And other people might disagree, but, like, in school, one of our book studies was, and of course, because this is a book, this is like half an hour of every day we were reading the same long-ass book. So, of course, this took months, at least a month, to read this book together as a class. And it was a Holocaust book. And essentially what happened is the story is drawn out over the entire conflict. You know, 5, 6, 7 years, I can't remember how long it was. I would have to look it up, and I'm not going to do that. But, like, this is years long. The span of the actual story is years long. And you're like, you know, we've seen this character over months of our lives go through years of theirs. So there's so much, when you figure out what happens at the end, what happened to them, you know, every part is so impactful because you're like, you know, you actually feel the sense of scale. Like it's kind of stretched out. And, you know, source, of course, something that you can binge is it's so much more important for length, because otherwise you just like, it requires a different type of storytelling for something to be episodic and intended to be rationed out than something to be back to back to back to back. Like a great example is like Attack on Titan for people who watch anime. That show, every single episode ends on a cliffhanger. If you're watching that all at once, you're like, what the fuck? Like every single episode that ends on a cliffhanger, which is every episode, has to proceed by the show replaying the cliffhanger so you have context. Otherwise, the show just like feels weird. And of course, that's mostly like the first and second season, from what I remember. Maybe mostly the first season. It's just so much cliffhanger. Like every single episode was a cliffhanger, and you're like, what the fuck? And I think I've been, just because I got tired of the cliffhangers, I was like, I'm just gonna check out for a month, wait for it to catch up, or wait for it to be done, and then watch it as I feel. And like, it just felt so weird and so like disjointed that when you watch all of that show, season 1, back to back to back, it feels so like out of touch, or like out of whack. And you're like, why do they do this? What point? And of course, it was because like you wanted to keep the hype, so everyone was constantly like, because if you actually like instead of doing the cliffhanger, you either stopped just before the cliffhanger or just after the cliffhanger, it would it wouldn't feel so disjointed, but it would still be assuming that the story is going to a cliffhanger moment, type moment, whether or not you actually end on the cliffhanger itself, it's still gonna feel weird when you go to the next episode, because that's an important plot point that you've just put near the end of an episode or at just the beginning. So it's like, you know. So I'm just trying to figure out where I'm going with this. But well, you can take that as an example of not even what not to do, but how the way that you're taking in the media, you know, it changes depending on how it's written, how it's presented, how it was intended to be viewed. And, you know, video games, for the most part, are continuous. Like, you know, you play it one day, then you play it the next day, and then you play it the next, you know, usually you are playing it, you know, on and off. But, like, you know, at like, let's say hour increments every day. If you don't have 2 hours for the game, then you're just gonna be done in an hour, and you're gonna be like, okay, guess I gotta find a different video game. Like it wouldn't stay in your mind very long. Like it wouldn't be very memorable, because it would just be there and done with, and you just move on. I don't know. I don't even honestly know where I was going with this. I just sort of feel that I had to do it too. What the hell am I going on with? Let's add in some wind. I'm hoping the turquoise is gonna be enough. Is turquoise really necessary? Aside from the ice, not really, honestly. So let's just put these two in. So I just need the ice from it. And it gives so much more than just that. Actually, does it give anything to the base stats that I might have wanted? Oh, not really. Let's put 2 more ice in. I don't know, I kind of want to not go too hard on these. I do have another upgrade power. So, you know, more attack and more MP. No more ice and more frost. And more anti-beast. I don't have much anti-beast. Question is, do I want to just status break this? I feel like I should. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna status break it and then start again on another Shamshir. I say that I don't have any of the Shamshirs. I got all my Shamshirs. I think I'm gonna put some of them away. It's fine, I'll just start working on the base lord. I could also start working on this. Let's go with the base lord. I'll have to go get one of my other Shamshirs out of my storage. I definitely have more weapons in storage. Also, yeah, I should probably... I'm not gonna leave it in there, but I can just... put my sync sphere in this and increase the damage of this pretty greatly. And then put the turquoise in, and now my weapon is pretty dang powerful. So what does the Lord want? Thunder and fire. Essentially. Stone. God, I always hate when I go on those long tangents because I feel like either I did it properly, either I do it justice, like the point I'm trying to bring across, or I just fuck it up. And it makes me feel like, so I'm so repetitive when I say it. It's either I hit or I miss. And I usually miss. Why am I always so mean to myself? You know what, let's use this. Max weapon HP of the equipped weapon has increased. Oh. When I saw weapon HP, I was like, oh, it's gonna be the bad one. It's like, no, it's the good one. Good lord. Rockanaha. Translators were having fun with that one. Probably. I mean, the thing is if it isn't like a perfect, like if it's like a joke name from their perspective, it's usually, or from the original translation, it's like, well, we've got a like it's a rock pun in Japanese, so we gotta make it a rock pun in English. I used to be interested in learning Japanese, but then I was just like, oh, why did my character on the hand throw that? But then I was just like, oh, this is way too much for my brain to think. Or way too much for my brain to process. Probably try it again later, but... the problem is my memory. So it's really hard to learn a second language and even memories. I screw up his mind. trying to swim with a ball and chain around your ankles. Not easy. I did mention before that the only reason I mentioned this is because I find it funny that I was actually surprised that I couldn't find any games on my PC that were short. Is that like I definitely it's more just the fact that I'm surprised that I was surprised. Is everybody happy? Give me the small one, please. Steel slingshot. See, sometimes it's even a weapon. I usually go for the small one just because I feel like it's lucky. Just lucky. Right. I don't even know what that word really means. I assume it's wrong. We're wrong. Myself a little just to be safe, and weapon powder also to be safe. I need to find a water spring soon. Okay. Yeah, good enough. Let's use our items. Let's use 2. Watch the next room have a screen, and I'm just like, oh, I wasted it. It's not really a waste. I may as well get rid of it. It's not like it's worth anything outside of my inventory. This thing is also a little bit fragile, relatively speaking. I also want to build up the bone reaper. I'm just going to build up everything I can get my hands on. Bomb. Didn't do much damage. Delay your attacks a bit. They don't seem to actually go offensive. Base load's full. Let's take out the sham shit because I don't actually want to put it in here. So just a reminder, you want under and Mage Slayer, among other things. Let's just honestly just leave you for now. Yeah, this is the trick I usually do. Which is just have, like, a synth item. Synth sphere to put in your weapons just as you rotate through them, just as a buff. Until you actually decide to put it in one of your weapons. Whoops. Damn you. Hey, well, maybe stop being dumb. Dino Slayer. Oh, dragons count as dinos. to know. Right, I know I have Holy Water, but do I have any other form of attack? I have Inferno, which isn't going to be used on this dragon. It just also so happens to be breathing fire. God, I wish I knew that. That would have made it so much easier to farm certain items. If I just knew you could farm enemies for their weaknesses if you threw items at them. Which, of course, the game just blatantly tells me. That's my fault for not reading into it. Whoops. Careful. Fire gem, nice. Stone. Right. I want to go here. Start using this. No. Check what the bandit sling wants. Oh god, I need 2 bandit slings. Dino, okay. Let's just put the Dino Slayer in there. Damage to dragons and reptiles. Sky Slayer. Sky Hunter. Just do both of those. I can really spread out because the branches are probably going to be diverse as well. I don't know how far I want to go. Like, I think I could beat Tran as we are now, but definitely want to feel like I have a strong weapon on each character before I do that. Which I definitely feel like I don't have a strong weapon for this character. Well, the best answer to that is just to use Tone and just have Tone make 2 synth items, which he already has 1, and then put that into my second strongest weapon. Or, well, my currently strongest weapon, I should say. It's like I could totally go to Tone. Get this out. Oh no, just switch to Tone. And essentially what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a second weapon to break down status. And then just put that in one of Xiao's weapons. That should be more than enough. Then we'll worry about properly building up later. You know, let's risk everything. Oh my god, that is so lucky. Let's just... Silent monsters. Store open. What do I need from you? Just the bread. Okay, I'm full. Go fishing and then look for items. Can't remember what does what. Let's just keep fishing. Sorry about it later. In on? In on? I have no idea. It's a big fish coming this way. I don't know if what you see is what you get, but probably. Maybe I'm wrong. He tricked me. Hey, messed that one up. Yeah. Sorry, kid. They spent way too long going at it. Actually managing to catch it. Actually. Yeah. Just throw where the big one is. That seemed... Oh, was interested. Yeah. Gotta be careful with the big ones. They eat your bait real fast. Gotta get used to the timing of this. Stop nibbling on the bait and eat it, you son of a... Oh, that is such a short window. It's not my fault. Oh, that was a waste of my bait. I can't see any items from outside. Oh, I could just enter every single house to check, but let's just check to see what else I want from you. Got water, repair powder, have antidotes. I could use another. I have escape powder. I do. Those. And there's more repair powder. Let's do. Oh, yeah, let's also check in with. I hate how her name is Hag. Yeah, you'd think she'd have a name. Also, give me a second. I'll have to message in my D&D Discord. Well, not my D&D Discord. Well, the Discord with which I play D&D in. And I'm not even gonna mention it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry your head about a thing. Oh, you can put the manual away. Good to know. But basically, I said it. It's just an abbreviation, and I'm just like, man, if anybody mentions what this actually is, it means they know what it meant. So it's like a catch-22. It's like, if they bring up the fact that it's messed up for me to say it, then they know about it. Let's start at floor 9. Don't risk my auto powder going off. Let's use the fire weapon, or fire item. Mimic breaker, nice. Do I have anything for you? Oh, I grabbed some stones earlier. Oh, hey, this bomb nut. Stone breaker. Nice. Gotta have squishy there. Oh yeah, let's switch to you. Oh yeah. Okay, even do it like this. Just so as not to waste her absorption. Try to steal from some things. Switch back. Carrot, I believe, is also a fishing item. I'm not feeling lucky. Bread. Speed. Oops. Fish. I'm honestly surprised that these weren't mimics. Surprised we actually got 3 chests that weren't mimics in a row. Sorry, I'm just once again gushing over nostalgia. I hate it how some people, well, I mean, I understand why they dislike nostalgia, but it's like, I personally think there are two types of people that don't appreciate nostalgia. That's people that aren't nostalgic for anything, that have never had something where they're like, oh, I remember playing this as a kid and enjoying myself. So, essentially people who had shit childhoods. And I know what I'm trying to say, but I'm just trying to figure out how to word it. But essentially, the other type of people, a person that doesn't like nostalgia, is somebody that thinks everything needs to be new to be good. And I know for a fact, there are so many people who are like, oh, why would you play an old game? You can play the new whatever that's currently out. It's mostly people who play video games predominantly carrying my graphics. It's like, oh, this isn't 60 FPS, but they are actually. It's not just a straw man. There actually are people out there that are like that. It's partially a joke, but people that are like that do exist. Like, I can't look at this because it hurts my eyes. I can't believe we used to play video games like this. And I'm just like, dude. It's not a bad thing. It's because the graphics are worse. It's because it's not upscaled to, 480. Probably confirmed. It's not updated to 4K monitors. It's not a big deal. A wise man once said, there's more to life than... Oh, you're still capped. Oh. Oh. I didn't realize that. Oh, let's level up one of our weapons, just to get it out of our inventory. Should we actually have things in it? Let's just give this base lard. That's really what I want to do. Yeah. It's already fast enough. Let's just make it have more endurance and then upgrade it again with repair powder. P in it. This is just going to become a synth item or the record. Put a dead buster in it. It won't matter. I mean, it'll matter eventually, but not right now. It's just to give the stats to see how. That is what really matters. Also, picking this up. I really don't know why people would feel nostalgia is a bad thing. Unless nostalgia is completely blinding you to something that's actually garbage. So there are definitely games where I'm like nostalgic for, but it's not blind nostalgia. Like I know the flaws that are in this game and Brilliant Sport. but the nostalgia is more than makes up for that. Like if I were to critically, like, try to say like whether or not these games are good or not, it's like Dark Cloud is definitely good. Like holy shit, nobody can argue that. Like, oh, such a unique game that like in this day and age, I mean, there used to be a lot of unique games back in the day. You know, there's still unique games. It's just not as many. Or there's not the same. Therefore, is that even true? I was gonna say there's more, like, percentage-wise, there's more just, like, mediocre cash grabs, and then I'm just like, is that even true? I don't pay enough attention. My biggest problem is that I just don't really care. So I mostly focus on the games that I'm actually interested in, rather than the games that I'm completely uninterested in. Fish, if I could find it, could also go in here. Does this weapon care about mimics? But it does care about rocks. I could probably find a better place for this. Doesn't want any. This one's Stonebreaker. Give it undead anyways. And upgrade it. I mean, now that I think about it, I could just put the bandit slingshot on one of these other weapons, though. Now that I say that, these only build up to one different weapon. Wait a second, what's in this thing? Just dragon slaying. Which it does want, okay, good. Yeah, I want to see where this thing evolves. But I should also consider just playing as Tone to get a weapon where it needs to be. Yeah, this weapon's gonna be the one I just turned into a synth item. In the second game, you can basically turn anything into a synth item. Like, you can turn, like, food into synth items. Like, literally every item in your inventory can just be, like, broken down and put in your weapon. And it feels silly when you're, like, fighting an enemy and you're like, yeah, I can't wait to break down your scales into the base components and add them to my weapon, but it's like, I don't know. I guess it's just preference. I mean, the game in general is more tight, but this game still has its charm. In terms of pure gameplay, I'd go for the second one. But in terms of like combat, the second one. In terms of like all around feel and like story, definitely this one. And I haven't beaten either of them, but it's obsessive. This is my general critique of the first and second. Also, man, and I've heard about this before, people wanting a sequel to Dark Cloud, or just another Dark Cloud game. And I'm like, what are the odds that they mess it up? I can't imagine that going over well. Like, I have no faith in game companies to make good sequels anymore. like, there are more bad sequels than good sequels nowadays. Sorry. There's more bad sequels than good sequels nowadays. Like, just off of recent memory, like The Last of Us 2. Like, just all around downgrade from the first. And anybody who defends Last of Us 2 can just, like, in comparison to the first, anybody who thinks they could stand together is not only high off their own farts, they're high for whatever the developer's name is. They're high on his farts too. They, as they say, are sipping the Kool-Aid. Oh, like, holy shit. Oh, it's awful. In comparison. Mainly the story, like, gameplay might be better, but like the thing that the people played the first game for was the story. That's what it was for. Like, there's nothing worse than when the game developers don't cater to the people that played the first game. It's like, why the fuck did you make a sequel for people that never played the first game? Like, I get it, that's how you make money, but also, like, that's also how you alienate your fan base. And if you don't have your fan base, like, you're just gonna be chasing fair weather fans forever. Like, you're gonna be catering to people that if you don't cater to them, they won't play your game. It's like, what the fuck is the point? That's why you get a that's why you try to build a dedicated fan base and continue to, you know, play into that fan base. That's true with, like, everything. Like, that's like Andscape, a website that, like, focuses on, and a brand of a place that focuses on, like, a male audience. And, like, if they just suddenly pivoted to, like, shaving products for, like, 5-year-olds. Okay, maybe not 5-year-olds. But, like, if they went from being Manscaped to Womanscaped, it's like, you went from making shaving equipment for men's hairy balls to, I don't know, it's just, like, but why? But why would you do that? Why would you pivot? Why would you pivot into, there's already men's or women's razors. Like, why would you pivot from your audience that you build yourself onto an audience that probably doesn't see you as, like, part of, like, even the, like, their, well, that wouldn't even see themselves as your primary demographic in the first place. Like I understand, like, the product could be used by both genders, but, like, also, why would you suddenly pivot to being the exact opposite? Wouldn't make any sense. And when you just sort of go against what your like, previous prime demographic is, it's like, you're basically restarting from zero, in my opinion. Maybe other people don't see it that way, but, like, I don't see how you get to that point where you're like, yeah, I want to start over from scratch. It's like, who would want to do that? And it's like, oh, well, I don't want to make the same game forever. It's like, you can make a new game. You just have to put in the minimum amount of effort to appease the fans that you already have. I guess the way that other people think about it is like, I don't give a shit about our previous fans. And it's like, well, if you don't give a shit about your previous fans, what does that tell your new fans? Like any new fan, it's like, oh well, we don't care about the people we used to make games for. It's like, so you don't care about the people that buy your games. Like it's just like, it's a great way to it's a great indicator for people to figure out like, oh, this company is not gonna be faithful to us. Because the moment this company decides that it wants to change its direction, it's going to change its direction whether it considers our opinions or not. Which means that they're unreliable. And a great example of this is like GTA 6, where it's like, oh yeah, we're going to remove we're going to censor some of our trash jokes, and it's like, why would you do that? Like, the people that bought your other games didn't give a shit about the content. Like, they weren't bothered by that. And, like, why would you sterilize your own game? It's like, why would you make the conscious decision to take things out? What are you gonna replace them with? Safe for work jokes? It's fucking GTA. The last game tortured. You had actual interactive torture. It's like, what the fuck? What do you mean you're gonna? What do you mean you're gonna take out some of the sexist and racist humor? It's like, what the fuck? How is this your hill to die on? We tortured some like we tortured some. I don't even remember, like, I don't even remember the guy's, like, ethnicity or anything, but, like, we tortured, Trevor tortured somebody. It's like, how do you go back from that? How do you go, like, oh, we're gonna make it so everyone feels included? It's like, fuck me, man. Like, look at your previous... Like, look at what you just made. And I'm pretty sure, like, Red Dead Redemption 2 probably, like, had some shit to say about Indians. It's like, yeah, because it's in the Wild West. It's like... Okay, so Saints Row went in the direction of absurdity. And GTA went into the realm of realism with some zany aspects. And now they're trying to sanitize their game for modern audiences, so it's realistic, but not true to life. And it's like, why? And it's like, whenever I think about that, it's like, so you're telling me that there aren't people like that? Like, because the thing is that when you make a character that you can hate, like when you make a bad guy say something racist, it doesn't make your whole game racist. Or like, are they gonna make it so black people can't say the N-word? It's like, what the fuck? It's like, doesn't make any sense. It's like, why would you sterilize language in a game about pretty ultra-violent, like the first game, the first and second game were just violence simulators. That's essentially what they were. Like, and it's like, how is this change make any sense to the theme of your game? It's like, how do you make realistic assholes in a world where you can't say certain things is what I'm thinking of. Like how do you make like Officer Tenpenny from San Andreas is like this is a stereotype of what is it called? Like an Uncle Tom, where it's a black guy who is basically like this is an awful way to phrase this, but he's a black cop with a white coat of paint. Or a white cop. No, he's a white cop with a black coat of paint. You know. He is ethnically African American, but he acts like just every other white cop. Like he just treats Carl like trash. Because he's from the hood. He basically is just, you know, like a true, for like most people who live the gangster life, whatever. Like he's a traitor. You know, Officer Tenpenny probably grew up in the hood as well. You know, he's a traitor to his people. He treats them like shit. Like, you know. God, this is getting fucking banned. But like, he's of course a stereotype, and if you think about it critically, it's technically a racist character in both his stereotype and his behavior. But the fact that he's in the game makes the game more racist. But that's what made him a good character. Because those kinds of people exist, where they're like, oh yeah, I'll be included. I mean, this is a oversimplification, but if I treat people like garbage, that other people treat like garbage, I will be included. That basically you just becoming one of the bullies, so you be included. And it's like, yeah, that's a racial stereotype. Officer Tenpenny is like that type of character. But how would you make him a convincing villain if he was just anything else but what he was? And it's like, Grand Theft Auto 4 was about a European, like, ex-child soldier? And it's like, how do you make a game about realistic topics without hurting somebody's feelings? Because it is so easy to hurt people's feelings nowadays. If you want to walk on eggshells, good fucking luck. Your game is gonna be dry as the fucking desert. Because there is no way that you're not gonna offend somebody. And it's like, why are you drawing the line there? It's like, how? Because the torture scene, of course, offended people. Sorry I'm getting on this topic, but it's so stupid. It's like, hey women, hey black people, hey Hispanic people, would you like some ultra-violence? Would you like to be included in the ultra-violence club? It's like, I don't think anybody that was playing the game for 90% of the game's content, which was over-the-top violence and like crime, that Grand Theft Auto is like crime sim. It's a crime sandbox game. Who the fuck Who the fuck who is easily offended is playing these games? Like, literally, the last game that Rockstar came out with had you chopping a man's balls off, or at least threatening to. Like, how's that not... How does that not offend some people that have had something similar happen to them? That offends people. Like, you can't not offend somebody. So why try? Why make something worse to protect people that probably aren't gonna fucking touch your game with a 10-foot pole because it is ultra-violent? Unless you're taking the violence out of Grand Theft Auto, but at what point does it stop being Grand Theft Auto and starts being, you know, just... At what point does it stop being the game that people paid for and the game that nobody wants? At what point does it stop being the game that had made all of its money back before it was ever released, which was Grand Theft Auto 5, to a game that everybody waits to go on sale to see if it's even worth playing, or waits till the reviews? It's like, who are they making the game? Like, I'm just trying to think of, like, who gives a fuck if they have a female main character? Women don't give a shit. My sister played Grand Theft Auto. She didn't give a fuck what the main character looked like. The main character's gender isn't gonna matter when you're running people over with a fucking car. It's like certain female comedians are just like, oh, but my vagina. It's like, tell some funny fucking jokes. Nobody gives a shit about what's in your pants. They're interested in what's coming out of your mouth. Now it's under your clothes. You're not at a fucking strip club. It's a comedy venue. Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody honestly cares. And if they cared, they wouldn't have come to see you in the first place. If they gave a shit, they wouldn't want to buy your game anyways. Why would you cater to people that didn't play your game in the first place? When you already have enough people that played your game. It's my question. When you already made enough money, I guess this is the answer, that they made enough money and that they just want to burn something that they think this is gonna help them. Sorry, I'm just like trying to like figure it out, because it's like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, it's like the new Star Wars movie. Like, who the fuck is watching new Star Wars movies? If not the fans. And who the fuck are you catering to with the new Star Wars movies? Or shows, or whatever? Not the fans. Clearly. All the Star Wars fans that I know are like, what the fuck is this shit? Like, they don't give a shit about continuity. Like, they literally made 3 movies. Most of my friends who have watched Star Wars movies are like, there's only 3 good Star Wars movies. And I'm like, well, no, everybody fucking knows what the good Star Wars movies were. It was the original 3, the original trilogy. And yeah, there's obviously other people that, just like with the One Piece thing, it's like literally anything Star Wars, they'll just eat it up. And it's like, well, at that point, why the fuck are you catering to different people when you already have a army of fans that you could literally release shit with minimum effort? Why are you try? Why try? It's like, why are you catering to a new audience? Why are you risking ruining your fans' perspective or perception of you. It doesn't make any sense. And like, that's the thing, is that 90% of, like, say, Grand Theft Auto, it's gonna have nothing to do with the fact that the main character is female. Like, the main story, 10% of the game, female main character, whoop-de-fucking-do main story. But most of Grand Theft Auto is just being in your car, driving around, occasionally frequently getting out, and tearing shit the fuck up. It's like when Grand Theft Auto had three main characters, or three playable characters. I was like, why? And then I realized once I got into the actual game, is that it didn't matter which one I was playing as. I was still doing the same fucking shit. I was doing different missions, but that's because that was their story missions. It was like, when it got down to the nitty-gritty, it didn't matter if I was, like, the only difference between the three characters is what abilities they had. I wasn't paying attention to what, they were saying when I was running people over. And it's like, what are they gonna do? Make it so you can't run people over? It's like, well, then it's not a GTA game anymore. Like, what are they gonna? They're gonna appeal to the people that believe that, or are they gonna like appeal to like the rising gun appeal? Are they gonna like react to the rising gun violence in America and be like, oh, we can't have guns in our game? Like, at what point do they realize that they're not doing anything useful? That bothers me is not that they're changing, it's that they're changing for no fucking reason. They're not changing because they're like, this is an interesting character, this is, an intelligent decision. It's like, we're doing it because it's popular. We're doing it because we haven't done it yet, and we want to show people that we're, what the fuck ever. Because we want to be, it's just like tokenism. It's like, well, we haven't had like a modern Grand Theft Auto with a female main character. So we're gonna do that, and it's like, fuck ever. It's just tokenism. You're just doing it because you haven't yet, just to get a checkmark badge. It's like, fuck me, man. This is the participant trophy. You don't need it. You're a multi-million-dollar company. Or maybe billion at this point, I don't fucking know. You don't need that shit. Who are you? What woman that hasn't already played one of the Grand Theft Auto games is really gonna give a fuck? Like, are women that shallow that they needed a main character in the Grand Theft Auto? I don't fucking think so. My sister doesn't give a shit. My sister actually stole my Grand Theft Auto disc at one point, and I was like, where the fuck is it? For like 2-3 weeks. And I was like, where? And then I saw it playing, and I'm like, what the fuck? That was my game. And like, do you think she gave a single rat's ass what the main character looked like one way or another? No, neither did I. It's like, the characters in the game. Wait, are you gonna be able to make the main female character bald? You should be able to. Like, you should be able to give her like a fucking absolute buzz cut. Because if you can't, if they're gonna make, because this is the way they could really fuck up. This is the only way I think they could truly fuck it up. is if you can't make that female character wear whatever the fuck you want. If they're not just as much of a dress-up doll as every other Grand Theft Auto character. Like, you could dress up CJ, I can't remember what you could dress him up in, but like, you could make him look ridiculous. I can't remember how, but especially in, Franklin more so. You can make Franklin wear... God, I can't even remember what you can make him wear. I know for a fact, because it's in a mission, that you can make Michael look like a fucking hipster. Grown men wearing a backpack. A school backpack. Like, if we can't make them wear some, like, random shit and give them, like, ridiculous haircut, like, you could... Like, you could make all three of your main characters in 5 bald. And if you can't do that, like... You could make CJ in San Andreas morbidly obese. Like, you could literally make him fatter than Big fucking Smoke. They should bring that back. Because that would make the game interesting. Just imagine, this is my female main character. She looks ugly as shit. I don't know. Like, my biggest problem is that they act like it's a big deal. Like they're like, oh, we're gonna, have a female main character. We're gonna cut back on the racist and sexist remarks. But is your game gonna be good? What are the things that people actually give a shit about? Why did you come up and tell us something that we didn't want to fucking hear? Why didn't you just tell us something we actually were interested in? That would have made it so much better. That you could have just done it without fucking telling anybody. That's the best move. Is just do it without fucking telling anybody. Because if you act like it mattered enough that you had to mention it, then it didn't really matter. It's like... I don't know, that's just the way that I think. It's like, yeah. Actions speak louder than words. And if they make a good game despite the self-censorship, then power to them. But if they fuck it up, God, I hope they fuck it up hard. I hope they fuck it up so hard that they fire whoever made the decisions that led to this. I hope they fire every single writer if they fuck it up. And if they make a game, I don't give a shit. I'm gonna destroy, and they better have it. Man, couldn't you have your character shot to shit? I could have sworn you could have your character bloodied up as hell. Or at least ragdoll. Like if you can't ragdoll the female character and have the female character contorted into a fucking mess on the ground. I remember one of my favorite things was dying in Grand Theft Auto 4 and just having Nico just in the weirdest positions, or having him completely mauled by a car. And if they don't have the female character do some fucked up shit, it's like you're just moving back. You're just regressing. It's like you gotta kick it up a notch. If you really wanna make people give a shit about the female character, you better make her do shit that the other characters would never do. It's like if you want to have women do the one-up, you better fucking do it. Otherwise, what's the point? What's the point of making? What's the point of making a new game to bring back another argument that I keep saying? It's like sequels should be made meaningful. And if Grand Theft Auto 6 just feels like Grand Theft Auto 5, then what was the point of the sequel? If it's just Grand Theft Auto 5 with another coat of paint, like shit, this could have been DLC. Lord knows Grand Theft Auto 4 had a bunch of DLC. Like full standalone games. With the same engine. And if 6 feels like a fucking cop-out, then what was the point of the female main character if you're just gonna make a shitty game? Or a game that doesn't really need to exist. God, I'm just thinking about like, I'm thinking of how they would hit the mark and make it feel like this Grand Theft Auto 6, like if they keep the same quality of gameplay, same quality of writing, and the story actually matters, that's great. But I don't think they're gonna one-up Grand Theft Auto 5. Because I don't think that's their objective. I think their objective is something entirely different, which maybe that's just me. But I feel like their objective is to change Grand Theft Auto in a way that doesn't make the game better. And that would be sad. I don't know. Like, Trevor stomps a man to death after fucking his girlfriend. What in the world could this woman do that we haven't already seen? What could this woman possibly do to justify the fact that she's the main character when doing some stuff like... I don't know how any character one-ups Trevor. I don't think it's even possible to one-up Trevor. And I think that's a problem. Is that they peaked. I think Rockstar peaked with characters like Trevor. I think the fact that it makes it sound like they're tiptoeing around certain subjects, that they're gonna be too afraid to do any character close to Trevor ever again with their current mentality. And the more I talk, the more I think, like, fuck, man, I don't think I'm buying Grand Theft Auto 6. At least not when it comes out. I'm probably gonna, I mean, my PC's not. It's also a good reason not to play it, because my PC's not. No, I think it's not gonna be just fine. At best, it could be a side grade, but I don't even think it's gonna be that. And I'm not saying they have to one-up Trevor. I'm just saying that, like, if they don't even try. Well, if they try, they have to succeed. Because otherwise, they're just going to be like, oh, but Trevor did this. So yeah, they can't... I don't think they can try to one-up Trevor. I think they try to one-up Trevor. It's gotta be the female character doing this shit. And I don't think they got the balls to make the female character do something seriously fucking Trevor-esque. I don't think they got the cojones. One bit in this world. And that's the problem. Is that they're toothless. And how do you make a game that's supposed to be a fucking crime simulator when you don't got the balls to do shit that's fucked up? Like, you can't. They've set themselves up to fail. That's all I can think. And that's just downright sad. Even if I'm wrong. It's like... It sounds like the only way they're gonna do this right is if they pull a rabbit out of a hat. Like, all the franchises that have an agenda that involves enough. Do they not know who their audience is? Their audience is adults. That, I mean, I already went over this with the ultra-violence thing. But they do know that their audience, regardless, unless they're making a T for teen, like, is that what they're gonna do? Because that's, I mean, that's on the level of what they seem to be doing. Just imagine it comes out E for everyone. Holy shit. That'd be a dark turn for Grand Theft Auto. Truly dark turn. Dark for its prospects, not necessarily dark as in... It's not like they're gonna have kids murdering people by running them over with their car. No, I mean, I was 6. Actually, not even 6, probably 5. Or younger, take. Like, holy shit. I can't, like, I'm legitimately like... Oh, man. There's no way this is gonna end well. Like their audience is mature adults. It's supposed to be mature. But when you think about it, how can you really be mature if you can't take a fucking joke? You're not much of an adult if you get offended easily. Like, a hallmark of being an adult is being able to deal with the fact that shit sucks. And then nothing's gonna be as easy for you than when you were a child. And you're not a child anymore, so it's all downhill from you. God. But the best part is, like I said, if you just didn't tell anybody, and then just did your job, no one would have known you did anything. What's the fact you had to point it out? If you point something out, and you make things worse, like say, don't tell anybody that the original writer of the game is no longer working on the project. So you know what's gonna happen? Is if something goes bad with the writing, you know what's gonna be blamed? The new writer. And if you said nothing, the old guy would get blamed for it. And the old guy is gone, so just get off your ass. No, but the thing is that you could totally just lie, and nobody would know. No, it's just. Sorry, I'm just thinking how to word this. It's easier to ask forgiveness than to ask permission. And the thing is that they don't need anybody else's permission, but also, do they really think that this is gonna be an improvement? It's like, do they think they're still gonna have their jobs if they flop? Are they naive? Or just stupid? Like, why point it out? Why cause negative publicity for your game and something that's directly involving the content which is contained within the game? Like, and I don't know how to explain this, but like, when you make a character female, when you go into the offset with the intention of making a character female, for just inclusion's sake, the character's gonna be so fucking... It feels like shoehorned. It's like, it's not even just that, it's... Okay, well, obviously I'm not a minority. Well, I mean, I'm technically a minority. But like, if somebody just made the conscious decision to make somebody like me and put them in a video game for no other reason but then because they could say, hey, X and Y minority is there. Look at that. Like, it's a fucking token. That's what tokenism is. And people don't realize that it exists. They're like, when you do something for no other reason, not because it was something that was planned, something that was, you know, intended from the start, something that was, you know, like, was the character made to fit in the story, or was the character naturally occurring in the story? So I feel that any character that is just made with... It's the intent behind the character rather than just Yeah, this is our character. Because I know for a fact that they're like, yes, we're finally making a female character to appease people. That's the problem. It's like, if it just naturally came about, and it's like we've come up with this amazing story about this wonderfully murderous, femme fatale. Like, interesting female characters have already been made in the franchise. It's just they haven't been main characters. If they had decided to make a game about the villain from Grand Theft Auto 3, I can't remember her name, but the chick is like fucking psychotic. She is insane. If they just made a game about her, nobody would fucking argue with you. She's an amazing character. She has tortured men. She has betrayed them, pretended to be their lovers. Like, she has done awful shit. Like, that bitch is criminally insane. She is arguably on the level of Trevor. If you made a game with her as the main character, people would just eat that shit up. They would just be like, this is just perfect. This is exactly what we wanted. This is a properly well-made female character. And now she's the main character. But when you're... I'm bad at explaining shit, but like, I hope it comes across like my meaning. When I say, you could have done it better. There is a level of intent that is required to make a well-made character. And when you give a character traits for no other reason than because somebody would like it, it's like what if Trevor was French? What if we just made him French after the fact? It's like, well, maybe he was Canadian. You could argue that he was French Canadian. Hell, he might have been French Canadian. Who the fuck knows? But like, who are you fucking appeasing? Who gives a shit? I feel like making the character female was the main point. And making the character a good character, a well-made character, was an afterthought. That's what I'm trying to say. And if that's what ends up happening, then what the fuck was the point? I'm honestly a little bit emotional, but like... It's on my ass. If they make a flop... Well... I think it depends who the lead, like who's holding the rope, who's holding the chain. Because if whoever's making these decisions are like top of the food chain, oh fuck, they're gonna be able to do everything. It's like, but if they're just like the lead of a team, like the team of writers or some bullshit, God, their ass is gonna be grass at the end. If they fuck it up. Sorry, I'm just like silent because I'm trying to think. Like, how in the world are they gonna make a good story if they're afraid? If they're, or you know what's you know what would be funny? If they say that and then it ends up being the exact same shit. It's like you said there weren't gonna be more sexist jokes. You fucking lied to us. That would be the biggest middle fingers if they fucking lie. Because then they just offend everybody. For no benefit. Just imagine that. It ends up being like just as offensive as every other game, and it's like, so you changed the dialogue, but 5 minutes into the game, we are murdering children. So, I don't know what you were smoking when you decided to say that you were going to make the game, you know, when you're going to make the game more, you know, approachable for anybody. And it's like an extreme, but like, just imagine if it, just imagine if they did that. It would be the perfect, it would be the perfect crime. I'm just thinking about it now. It's just, it's if they just like double animated it even more offensive. And like, obviously not offensive in the way that they said they were gonna make it less offensive. It's like, yeah, there's those sexist or racist jokes, but like also our female main character is like is pulling an Anakin Skywalker. God. Modern day Disney just have the balls to recreate that scene. I don't think. Like they have the balls to like put them in that situation. Well, like, they don't have the balls to fucking kill him on screen. I mean, they already didn't kill him on screen. I mean, it was highly insinuating. But like, they're like, oh no, we gotta save them. They don't have the they don't have the balls to legitimately do that. But who knows? All it takes is one change in management to change everything. I hope eventually it'll be changing for the better, for once. If only. I don't know, throw an undead and mimic breaker in. I'm not even paying that much attention. God, I'm just thinking of like how they can make it just. Oh right, actually, I upgrade the weapon though. How they could, like, how they could do it in such a way that it would be just. Well, hey, it would still, even in my head, the way I'm thinking it would still end up being stronger than you just didn't open your fucking mouth to begin with. That's usually the case. Who's their head of PR? Like, hey, we really like you to send out the message that we'd like to alienate our audience. Our core demographic of young male adults and teens that couldn't give a rat's ass whether or not a main female character has tits or not. We'd like you to go alienate them. Like, how do you make a game that... Like, you can't really make a game that is real, that is truly realistic, that involves jokes in poor taste are commonplace in the real world. And I know it's like, oh well, you don't have to have everything that's realistic or everything that's in the real world in the game, but it's like, but it's also like, how do you have realistic situations without offending some people? It's like, how do you have, like, take for example Grand Theft Auto 5, the scene between Lamar and Franklin. How do you have that scene? How do you have any of their interactions without coming off as at least slightly racist? Like, Lamar constantly talks about his, like, first, like, what is it called? Like, First Nations, like, or Native American. Like, he constantly talks about his Native American background. Like, how does that not come off as... How does that not come off at least slightly racist? That he's like... When he says the line, you should be glad it didn't pull out a tomahawk and scalp their ass. How is that not racist? And I know it's like, oh, well, we were racist before, but like... But it's like, that's a great line. And like, who got offended by it? What First Nations people that would be so easily offended played your game in the fucking first place? That's the thing. Is that I'll continue to come back and it's like, who's these easily offended people that play Grand Theft Auto in the fucking first place? And like, one of my best friends is... One of my best friends is black, and I can't imagine him being like, man, I don't play Grand Theft Auto because I'm really offended at like the subject matter. Because he has... Because he's not a fucking pansy. I can't imagine why he would give a shit. Like, at first he'd be like, well, this kind of strikes too close to home, so I don't... Not too interested. Like, that's the closest thing I can imagine him saying. Like, he's not gonna give a fuck. Oh, you know what's funny is that the people that are like super woke are gonna be like, yeah, but the female character isn't obese, of color, and gender fluid. So I mean, you kind of didn't really do anything. It's all already been done before. Sorry, I had to do that like caricature voice, but like, that's like the level that some people go to. But they're like, yeah, but you didn't include everybody. Oh god, but imagine if that was the response is like, oh, we'll make you fat. To compensate. Oh god. And you know what would truly appease people? And the funny thing is, people would do it for you. Make a fucking character customization, or make a character customizer. Like that GTA Online, you could literally be fucking anything you wanted to be. So I don't know if you could have like unrealistic skin tones. Like, I don't know if you can be purple, but I mean, you should have been able to. I mean, people identify as being ridiculous shit all the time. We can't identify as our skin color being purple. Like, we can't... Who would that even offend? But, like, people identify as fucking animals all the time. But, like... Normalizing identifying as Smurfs is what I'm saying. And it's not even that I think less of those people. It's like, whatever the fuck you want. As long as you're not pestering me with it, I don't give a shit. As long as you don't somehow make it my problem, I don't have a problem with it. But if you make it my problem, I'm gonna make it, you know, my mission to make you feel bad. And that's the level that you should expect from people. Though obviously not everybody is. I'm tolerant to a degree, and also insensitive as hell. And a lot of people don't like that. A lot of people can't handle that. But I can only hope that there's somebody out there. Don't even have to agree with me, because if they agreed with me already, then what the fuck was the point of me saying any of this shit? But somebody who's like, he's out of line, but he has a point. That's what I really care about. Is having some point come across as coherent. It's also like... God. All I can think about is like how... It's what... What if they mess up? Like, what if they act like they're gonna be inclusive? Like, and obviously I already said this, but like, what if they make a horrible racist joke anyway? And then somebody's like, you said you were gonna, you know, reel back on the racist and sexist jokes, and this really legitimately offended somebody. And I don't mean like somebody with like thin skin, I mean like somebody with like, you know, actual normal human like tolerance for, you know, crassness. You know, the amount of maturity required to play a video game for adults. And like it legitimately offends them. For the exact thing that they said they weren't gonna continue to have in the game. And it's like, so you told a bold-faced lie, and you alienated the people. You alienated both sides. So that's what I hope they do. I hope they alienate everybody, because that would be fucking hilarious. It's like they don't please their fans because they essentially called them out for being, you know, sexist and racist. And it's like, and then they offended the people that they pretended that they weren't gonna offend. And they did it anyways, and it's like, wow, you really fucked the pooch on this one. Or fuck the dog, as they say. God, do you know that was a military phrase? You really fucked the dog. I honestly love the phrase. This is just like the most extreme thing you could have ever managed to say to somebody. It's like, how do you make a comeback for somebody telling you you fucked the dog? That would be like obviously for the people that what? But like, holy shit, would that ever be just like a point left scenario if they end up just alienating the masses? Oh my god, I'll just be tickled pink. It's like you not only made everybody mad by saying you were gonna do something, then you made the people that you were trying to make happy mad too. It's a lose-lose scenario for everybody involved. And it's just like, that is exactly what I'm hoping happens. Just imagine. And it would just be like, why did you even try? So that's something I legitimately believe in. When you try to appease everybody, you very frequently end up appeasing nobody. Especially when it comes to video games. Because sometimes companies are just blind to the people that play their games in the first place. Like, if you don't know who the people... Like, if you make a sequel... Like, okay, again, Last of Us 2 is a prime example. Who in the fuck gave a shit? Like, people who played the first game cared so much about the dynamic between Ellie and Joel. They bounced off each other beautifully. They were wonderful characters that were made for each other. Like, literally, I mean, they were made in the same story. I mean, the story hinged on the relationship between the two. You know? Joel having just relatively recently lost his daughter, you know? Him kind of just... Like, it was the perfect storm to fuck up. That's what Neil Druckmann did. He managed to take this beautiful story about two well-made characters and then kill one off. And then make the other one out to be the bad one? Like, he vilified Ellie, and it's like, who the fuck played the first game? And it's like, yeah, this is a good installment. Like, this is exactly what I wanted. Like, who the fuck was this made for? Nobody who enjoyed the first game is going with a critical thought in their mind. Gonna be like, yeah, I love the part where our character goes on this, like, revenge boner trip about this character that I cared about that was killed in, like, the first, like, 30 minutes. Like, there was no build-up. There was no proper build-up. It was just like, yeah, we're coming to kill Joel, and then Joel gets killed very easily by somebody he should have been more suspicious of. Because it wasn't his first time killing people. He's killed people before. And he's had people try to kill him. But yet somehow he's just ignorant to the fact that people might be out to get him. Complete fucking strangers. That they might be somebody he doesn't want to be helping. Oh my god. How do you completely miss the point so easily? Oh. Uh, it's just that who killed Hannibal meme where Neil Druckmann has the gun and he's just shooting. Sorry, I'm trying to describe this. Is Neil Druckmann holding the gun, or whoever the fuck the main writer is, the lead director at the time, and it's him with a loaded gun. Shoots the shit out of Joel. I don't know why I'm retelling them, but basically the gun is Abby, and then the director looks at the camera and says, "Why would Abby do this?" It's like, what the fuck? You did this. Oh god. Oh. Except of course, the gun is replaced with a golf club. Oh no, it's. Oh, oh god, God. Honestly, the best thing to come out of Last of Us 2 was the memes, especially the choking meme. God, I love that one. uh, that is the only redeeming quality about The Last of Us 2. That may be the gameplay improvements, but that's a stretch. I love that people are like, "Oh yeah, but the game is better. The gameplay is better. The gunplay is better." It's like, who the fuck played The Last of Us 1 for the gameplay? Who the fuck in The Last of Us 1 really gave a rat's ass about the crafting system? People played it for the fucking story. What the fuck? Oh, sorry. Just every time I think about that disaster. Okay, so I can't put key item, well, literal key items in here, any sort of essential item in here, but I can't put away my sword, or my dagger, I should say. It's just, okay, let's start moving some extra stuff in here, because some of the stuff is not necessary. Yeah, let's keep those. Stamina drink. Oh yeah, just triangle. Keep the fishing rod on me because I think you can fish in the dungeon sometimes. Maybe I'm completely misremembering. Again, I swear there's a game that's very. That also has a fishing minigame. That, as a kid, just sort of blended in my brain. I'd hate to be the poor soul that. I'd hate to be an actual Last of Us fan that actually was burned by Last of Us 2. Like, okay, I feel like I said that wrong. Let me rephrase this and repeat myself in case I actually said it properly the way that I intended. But I just feel bad for actual fans of the game that are like, why did you kill Joel off in such a. Not even undignified, because it was always going to be undignified, because that was the point. But just in such an anticlimactic fashion. Like, it's just. There was no build-up. Like, as a standalone title, The Last of Us 2 has no weight. And even as a sequel, it feels like it has less weight. It feels like a shitty fan fiction. Oh god. It really does. Uh, it's you know what it's like. The people that played The Last of Us 2 and really liked it, and think it was just amazing. You know what they did to Joel and everything. You know what I just think? I think they're the type of person that goes into a person's house that they've never met, and are like, "I love what you've done with the place." And if you don't realize what that phrase means in this context, I feel bad for you. Because when someone says, "I love what you've done with the place," they're speaking about, like, as if you've changed something. Like, I feel like so many of the people that love, somehow, The Last of Us 2, which I assume is just for political reasons, not because it's actually a fucking good game. I feel like... Sorry, I'm laughing. I feel like they're just so disconnected that they're like, "Oh, I love what you've done to the place," despite the fact that they don't even know what the fuck he used to look like. And it's like, from the other person's perspective, they could have been living in a pigsty. And it's like, no shit, you love what I've done with the place. The old place looked like shit. Or in the alternative version, it's like this is their new house after they were kicked out of their own... Like they were, like, kicked off, like, unceremoniously, like, kicked out of, like, a condo they were renting. And they had the place all beautiful, but now they had to, like, buy their own place. So they obviously, like, are in massive debt, and the house just looks like meh. Because that's all they could afford. And they're like, you mind if I take at least a bite out of my fucking Cheerios before you shit in them? Can I at least add the milk to my cereal before you piss all over it? Can I at least start my parade before you start raining on it? It's like... That's essentially what I mean. It just feels so disconnected. And I seriously pity anybody. I mean, literally anybody that went into The Last of Us 2 expecting a good continuation. Like, Joel could have got... This is what I always tell people that, like, when I discuss this, and I mean, literally nobody I know has a differing opinion in terms of, like, nobody's defending it. Nobody I know defends it. Hell, nobody I know actually played the second game, because they're like, yeah, like, it was completely spoiled that Joel dies in, like, the first, like, few, like, relatively, like, a short time frame at the start of the game, like, with no dramatic build-up for, like, you know. Joel was killed like he was a fucking NPC. That's what he felt. That's what he felt like. He felt like it. Well, he was an NPC. He was an NPC in the sequel to the game that he was one of the main characters, and that's just like, my dude. If you actually had reinvested the character into Joel and made you want to see what he did next, like. Thing is honestly, I think people would have been more pissed off if they had managed to hide the fact that Joel dies so early. Because I feel like anybody who plays the game is going to feel like they just got their teeth kicked in if they were completely spoiler-free going into that. The only people I think genuinely liked Last of Us 2 didn't play Last of Us 1. Because I don't think you can feel satisfied. That's like... That's like if in the final Harry Potter movie, if everybody that was going to die near the end of the movie or during the course of the movie after they were like reintroduced as characters, they just died like in the off screen. Like that's what if Joel could have died off screen and it would have been more well. Like he could have been out like exploring and trying to like get more food and just died off screen, and it would have had just like midway through the game. Like he could have died midway through the game. You haven't seen him since the start. Yeah, you don't know what's happened to him, and he could have died completely off screen, and you could have found his rotted body, and it would have felt like he died in the exact same way, brutally murdered by, you know, a weapon that none of the zombies could have done. You know? And I honestly think you could have killed, somebody could easily make it a story where he gets killed off screen and still make it feel more impactful. Like, Ellie could have been, and this is a great idea. I feel, and I've just come up with it now. You could have made it so Joel, for whatever reason, just left. Like, didn't explain anything, just sort of like Ellie did, where she's just like, oh, I'm going for revenge. Don't stop me. It's like, no, don't go. Leaves anyways. Well, like, he could have just, like, left in the night. And Ellie could have been trying to find him. Well, all the while, you know, Joel's, like, fighting for his life. You know. Trying to do something. Like, maybe it's just the fact that he was attacked in the middle of the night. And he, like, it was a bit drawn out, but eventually he was, like, drawn and quartered, which he's executed. And, like, all the while, like, you know, leaving this trail for Ellie to follow. And you could have had this, like, where you don't know he's dead yet. Where he's been dead for a while, but you actually have the sense of motivation of, like, what happened to Joel? Where's Joel? Well, like, you see it coming from a mile of fucking way that Abbott's gonna kill the motherfucker. He's like, oh, I'm gonna kill them. Like, you literally know her motivation before you even... You know she's gonna kill him before they even meet each other. You know her motivation to kill Joel before they even first interact. And it's like... Seriously? Like you could have made it like so much better. Even with something as simple and as dirty as killing him off screen. And then later you could play, like, once she finds the body, you could like have a flashback where you watch him die, or you could play as Abby while you killed him and be like, what the fuck? They could have done it so much better. They could have done Joel so much dirtier after getting the character reinvested. They didn't give enough time for the character to feel motivated about Joel. They could have killed Joel off before ever introducing Abby. And then have you play the scene where you killed Joel. But they didn't. Because they didn't want to make a good story. They wanted to do a quick, hot mess. So that's what they did. And I'm like, man, they could have done something way more crazy. They could have made you feel awful. Or they could have done just something just completely out of left field and make you like do the scene where you kill Joel. Or no, they could make you play as Joel getting killed. Like as he's hunted down and like knowing that he is being hunted and slowly being handed, like they could have seriously made you fear for his life. But they missed a good mark. They could have made a game about Abby and Ellie's story so much better. And that's my problem with The Last of Us 2. Is that they could have done the same story, but better. And obviously, like, more refinement is needed, like, even in my hypothetical version. We obviously need more refinement, because obviously if it's just, like, that cut and dry, it's not gonna work. But, like, if they put the prerequisite time and effort into establishing like, that shit's going down. They should have known that wasn't the right key. Like, if they had done character building, if they had, like, anyone who played the first game is not going to like the second game. And anybody who's just played the second game isn't going to give a shit when Joel dies. That's the biggest problem. Is that, who was the game made for? People with a revenge boner that need to be taught that revenge is bad? I feel like that was their target demographic, and it's like, what? Like, if they had written it better, like, I think just any version where Joel lived even a little bit longer would have been so much better. But, like, the prime motivation behind every action in that game was revenge. And they want to say that revenge is bad. But, like, what if they had a secondary goal? What if there was a bigger problem? Because the zombies aren't. Nobody can pretend that, like, at any point anybody was cared about actual survival. Like, it was, most of the game's motivation was about getting revenge or having revenge taken out on you. The game had nothing to do with, I mean, the first game also, you know, its main driving point wasn't the zombies, it was the characters. That's besides the point. If you wanted to make compelling characters and a compelling story, you need more than revenge. Like, think about God of War. God of War is a story all about revenge. The first 3 games, all about revenge. But the thing is that it was a story that was well written. That's what makes it's a story. Like, first game, is about Kratos getting revenge against Ares. And then the games after that are all about Kratos. I mean, to be fair, Kratos, during the events of the first game, are essentially, it is like essentially already abandoned by the god. Like, you know, he is essentially just being used as a tool to, you know, stop Ares' rampage. But he still sees this as an opportunity for him to get revenge on Ares. Because Ares made him kill his wife and child. Like, Kratos' entire motivation is fueled by hatred. But there's more going on than simply, I am chasing revenge target. There's so much more shit going on in that game. You know? It's a story about betrayal. It's a story about so much more than just revenge porn. Like, the first 3 games are just immaculate in making you just hate whoever you're going up against. Like, you hate Ares, and you hate Zeus, and you hate the Titans too, because everybody uses Kratos to their own ends. The Titans use him as a tool for revenge. Like, Kratos is constantly being tossed around from person to person, just being used as a fucking tool. And that's a constant throughout the 3 games. Of Kratos just being betrayed and betrayed and stabbed in the back, stabbed in the front. Like, like, and like, if you just had, like, imagine if the new God of War came out and they just killed Kratos, and you just play as his son, and you're just like, what the fuck am I even doing here? What the fuck did I buy this game for? I was a Christian. It just... Oh no, that's probably gonna end up with a different... Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like... I mean, honestly, God of War and The Last of Us are like in 2 different realms of storytelling. Like, I still remember one of the quotes from that game. And obviously it was an encrypted Kratos. But I still, Kratos, like, when you understand that his motivation is completely fueled by revenge, that the only reason he needed that revenge is because he brought it on himself for making a deal with a Greek god. And everybody knows that I mean, also it was kind of, and I don't know if this is like side game sort of territory, but like, there is so much, like, some of it is Kratos' fault. Quite a bit of it is Kratos' fault. Oh, this is just the way out. This isn't the mid. This isn't one of those other areas. There's, like, so much of it is brought on to himself, and so much of it is just like shit repeating itself, and Kratos is getting the short end of the fucking shitty stick. And like, that's really what I love about that game, is that you just, like, no matter how seemingly irredeemable Kratos is, there's always just a bigger asshole out there. The Last of Us 2 didn't have any of that. They didn't have somebody for you to hate. They didn't have somebody for you to love. Everybody was a piece of shit. Everybody just wanted their revenge. And it just ended with a sloppy fart. Revenge was the sole motivation for everybody. Like, everything else just felt tacked on. And, like, at the end of it, it's like, yeah, but what about everything else? What about, you know, what about the zombies? Like, if... Like, you can take a look at the first game. I never played the first game. I've watched somebody play the first game. And well, I also watched them play the second. Just because it wasn't my cup of tea. I mean, it was another zombie game. I did not know what they were going to bring to the table to make me want to play it. Honestly, I'm glad I didn't, because if I loved the first game, I would have been fucking destroyed by the second game. So glad I'm outside Lord Kenan. It's like, holy shit. But, like, there's talk of, like, the cure, like there is, like, genuine, like strife towards the zombies, but, like, the zombies are just sort of like an interactive element in the environment. Like, it's no more than a dog in your surroundings, or like a wolf. Like, it's nothing more dangerous. It's nothing more meaningful than just wildlife in general. And it's like, wow, the setting really just doesn't fucking matter anymore. And it's just like, I don't know how anybody, like, ends up the better for anything that's like, in terms of, like, the viewer, like, the player. I don't know, like, what is just to draw from this? That revenge isn't a very good plot point? That if your entire story hinges around revenge, it better be a very good revenge story? Which it wasn't. Like, revenge bad, it's like... It's a weird hill to die on, and people think that it's a good hill to die on, but I don't think they realize that, like... Now, this might get me canceled, but, like... What do you think is the correct course of action to do to somebody like, say, Hitler? Give him a fair trial? A quick and painless death? Do you really think the people that had their families worked to death would have been satisfied with that? Do you really think that's what they wanted? I don't think anybody was serious. I was about to say. I Oh, I was gonna make it like tonally dissonant and say like anybody who was personally affected, as if like to completely sterilize it, or like personally. Sorry, I'm having such a hard time even remembering what I was gonna say. But like, yeah, I was gonna like, yeah, my brain was like, just make a joke about just like completely sterilizing the Hulk. God, don't use the word sterilize in that sentence. But like, revenge isn't bad. It's the natural course of things, to tell you the truth. And if you don't believe that, then I don't know what to tell you. Except, I really hope to ruin your life and then have you forgive me. Oh yeah, that is exactly. To anybody who thinks revenge, anybody who thinks I'm wrong and thinks revenge is bad, you've got no argument because you're not gonna do anything to me. You're not gonna take anything out on me. You're not gonna take your anger out on me. You don't believe in revenge. You don't got a horse in this race. What a... Oh, God. It's like diplomatic immunity. No, the exact words to use is, don't worry, you'll get over it. Am I a bad person? Yes. And it doesn't bother me one bit in this world. Well, yeah, it's just like... This is genuinely what I believe. I mean, like, if somebody hurts what I care about, who I care about, what I care about, anything along those lines, you better believe if I get a chance to make them pay for every inch, I'm gonna do it. And anybody that doesn't believe that has never had anything taken from them in their life. Like, how do I phrase this? How should I phrase this? Would be a better way to phrase that. Like, it's only a matter of time until the people that don't believe in revenge have their first taste of what it's like to be hurt enough to feel like they want revenge. Also, yeah, some items have multiple attachment slots. I didn't mention it because I wasn't sure if I was correct in remembering it like that. But, like, it's only a matter of time before people realize that that some people deserve what they deserve exactly what they... The punishment should equal the crime. It's the phrase I'm trying to go for it. That's what I believe in. Obviously, I don't believe in disproportionate revenge. It's foolish. But I do believe in the concept of, you know, making people pay for what they've done. That's just me. God, this does it. This is probably worse than the Sly video where I just like completely went off. I'm just starting to think like, where do you go from this topic? Well, I can say one thing is I don't think there's going to be a Last of Us 3. Or at least, if there is, nobody's going to fucking play it. Nobody in their right mind. And if nobody... I mean... Hell, if you want to personally fund whatever the hell they're gonna make for the third, like, unless it's a full, not reboot, but unless it's a completely separate story, I wouldn't even watch a Let's Play of it. Honestly, the only reason I watched a Let's Play of it was because it was just a guy who did not appreciate the story at all, just completely torturing himself by playing the game. Gameplay is not like it basically boiled down to him thinking that the gameplay did not excuse how bad the game was in terms of story. It's just like, oh god, I know that the only reason I'm getting out of this area is to just see another cutscene where shit I don't want to. I can't. It's just gonna be a cutscene with more story that I don't want to listen to. And I just thought it was very, very enjoyable to still watch a guy torture himself playing a game that he probably knew he didn't want to be having anything to do with. And it was great. And he eventually just got to the point where he's just like not even having fun with the gameplay, and he's just like, I'm getting real tired of bringing up the fact that I hate this game. Basically, how it went down. And it's just like, oh. Cathartic. It's just, I wish it was written better. Like it had potential. Everything about it had potential, and it's like potential squandered at the cost of others. It's not just wasted potential, it's wasted hope. Because there were people who played The Last of Us that were hoping for a continuation of Joel and Ellie's story, and what they got was just cross-country revenge, essentially. Just like, who the hell watched who the hell played the first game and was like, yeah, what I really want to do is watch Joel die and then have Ellie chase some random character that we've never met before halfway across the world. Like, didn't even necessarily play a role in the first game, which is like, why would you add a character that didn't? Why, if you... But obviously the sequel was made or the story for the sequel was made after the first game. Like the elements from the second game were, I don't think, aside from just like Joel, Ellie, and like Joel's other, like a few other characters, like they were in a single character from the game. Oh god, you caught me at the worst time. I've just been ranting about about just. I'm not even. I ask you, are you? I have to say that you're fine. But yeah, I know the feeling. As a kid, I literally couldn't beat the first boss because all I was left for was a dagger, or left with was a dagger. But yeah, I love the concept. And as an adult, where I actually pay attention to my weapon's HP, at least last time I played the game, I've never beat this game because I just haven't put enough time into it to beat it. But I don't think I ever let one of my weapons break after. Well, I didn't realize you could hit yourself with that. But I don't think I've let a weapon break. And that was like the only problem I had with it in the first place. Is that your weapons break. Like, aside from the resource management of like keeping the weapon like not broken, like, I don't have a problem with any aspect. Yeah, I got to the I think it was the desert level last time I played. God, this bone slingshot is very fragile. That's another thing I don't like, is when the weapons are so fragile that you're like, oh god, I'm just chewing through all of my repair powders. So who makes a weapon out? I mean, I know exactly what makes a weapon out of bone. Somebody that doesn't know how to use wooden, or somebody who doesn't know how to put sticks together. It's like, sticks are so much more durable than bone. I don't have any tramol, do I? Just thinking whether or not I'm gonna do this. I don't really have enough money. Unless I'm selling stuff. Actually, do I have like a surplus of weapons? I can be persuaded. I don't know, I might be overkilling the prep for the boss. Actually, no, I should have... Oh god, I put it all into you. I shouldn't have... Actually, no, okay, I have this. So put that there. Perfect, that's like... Okay, so... Let's see if we can't find a... Okay, what's the cap? Sorry, I just... Yeah. I mean, I don't even have a guide. I'm not even gonna use a guide to make the weapons. I'm just playing completely blind. Well, I'd say, well, yeah, relatively speaking, yeah, completely blind. I only remember up to like the desert area. I have watched somebody beat the game though. Oh, again, only up to that point. Do I actually remember anything? If I were to move this to say the bandits and shit, what's the cap on this? Let's see. be better. Honestly, that is probably more than I need. Then just put like Sky Hunter. Should be enough for you, and then for me. Don't really want to beat the first boss with the kitchen knife. Right, I gave the right. The champ shear that I was thinking of is in for weapon of this game. Right. Sorry. Oh yeah, I want to build up. I'm going to build a, not build up, but I'm just going to write down the base lard, and then I'll be ready. That should be more than enough for the first boss. Honestly, that might even be too much for the first boss. All I remember from the first boss is, well, A, it flies, and B, there's, like, the arena gets smaller the longer the game, or the longer the fight goes on, which, as somebody that was using 2 broken default weapons to beat the boss, which is some, like, masochistic level of, like, trying to do things. I know that it can end up being really hard to dodge if you just like take like 20 minutes to beat it. And then the second time I fought him, I beat him in like 5 minutes. Or not 5 minutes, not even 5 minutes. And it took me 1 attempt and like he got like 1 or 2 parts of the stage broken off. I was like, wow. That's a lot easier. I remember going into the fight with like 9 bombs and being like, maybe I can kill him with this. I was so... that was me as like a 5-year-old, just being like, if I just beat my head against the wall, eventually the wall will break. Not realizing my skull was very supple. Right, I want to switch characters. Whoopsie-daisy. Once I get to the second area, I'll start like properly building up weapons. Oh, right. That's why it's so weak. I was like, why is my weapon weak? It's like, yeah, it's because it's a basic base lard with just like some random stuff thrown into it. Dragon Slayer seems appropriate. But yeah, I hear it's. I mean, clearly from what you're saying, it's true. But it is not easy to make the weapons in this game. Or at least tedious, but tedium has never bothered me. I mean, coming from somebody that's literally... Wait a second. Okay, I need to get out of this... I need to get out of here, right? I just leave. Let's just use the escape powder. I need more repairing powder. But yeah, it's not going to be easy to make the final weapons. So who knows? Maybe I get lucky and I'll get like 100 power-ups. Or, not power-ups. Power-up powders saved up. Don't you love it when your brain like folds in an entire sentence and you end up just saying like something completely separate from what you intended? I do that a lot. Let us visit the hag, which, I wish she had a name. Why does she have to just be hag? Like, who names their kid hag? God. Only that was actually just imagine that was actually her name, and not just like what people call her. Let's do some fishing. My favorite part of the game. Oh, come on, fish. Every time a big fish gets like 1 second with the bobber under the water, just eats my bait. Bit of finding a bit of a hair trigger. Oh, come on. Please. Please don't. Please don't make me wait forever. Trying to beat it. Something with. Ah! The timing is so. It's such a small window. I don't think I cast with any fish near me. The window's so tight that I don't know if with my old man hands I'm actually going to be able to manage this. They only give me like the slightest like short window. They're just like nibbling at my bait. Just like real fish. Ah, yeah. Yeah, there's a trick I've used before, but I don't really think I'm at that point yet, where I'm just like trying to save on repair powder, because I mean I just have so much. I After a certain point, I don't have money problems in this game. Hey, gummy, 2 inches, caught for fishing. Yeah, fishing points. I was like, man, that doesn't sound like a word. No, it's a word in the game. Yeah, I don't know if it's. I don't know if I want to save up for the ultimate weapon in terms of fishing. Just getting the fishing point weapon. Just. Oh yeah, no. Yeah, those things really do not care about your endurance. You guys not like my bait? Clearly, this bait's for horses. What do you mean the fish aren't interested in my carrot? Whoops. I'm just like so. I'm just so paranoid. I need to be a bit careful because multiple at once can eat through your bait really fast. God, I remember one time I had like just as a kid, like the funny thing is I didn't even like do anything with the fishing points. Like I was just like I just saw the weapon, and I was like, I'm gonna save up for that. And like, just imagine like a 5-year-old kid being just like saving up points, fishing, going into the dungeon, getting more bait, and then repeating the cycle over and over again. And then like at some point, my friend wanted his game back because I was borrowing it from him. And then just like imagine he's the child with like 300 points left to go, and just being like, "What? What? My fish? But my fishing sword? I've been saving up for days and days." God. Oh God, I got my own copy of the game. I mean, of course, I'm running this on the emulator because I don't really know how to capture it on a PlayStation 2. I mean, I assume you just capture directly from the TV, but even then, I don't really have room for a TV. I have a TV up on my it's like an end table on my drawer, and like every time I walk past it, I would just like knock it over. And I was like, I need to put this. I need to put my TV somewhere because I'm going to have it destroyed. Like literally, the only place that I can actually put my TV is where my computer is, or I could somehow jury rig up my consoles to my monitor. But at that point, it's like, at that point, I feel like I'm just. It just feels like an emulator with extra steps. I just realized I didn't have bait on my hook. That is definitely an oversight on my part. Fish. Err. I love this fishing. There's like barely anything to it except for some reason poured like I've poured more time into this fishing minigame than in the actual game. I'm just thinking about how many times I've saved up like hundreds of points only to never use them because I was like, well, I need to save one more, and just stop playing the game. It's like other things came out or I was busy, like with school and stuff. Oh my god, just what is this chop liver? They literally saw it, took one look at it, and was like, no, I'm good. Chase the fish around. The knife fishing might not be interested in this one. Where are the fish? Close to the middle. No, they're not. Come back to me! Come back to me, fish! I'm, as I mentioned before, I'm a connoisseur of fishing minigames. I don't like full-blown fishing games. Yeah. Okay, well, definitely... Definitely not... I mean, I already caught one with the petite fish. I guess whatever fish that was interested in that wasn't the fish that was still in the water. Maybe I overfished. God, in my hometown, there's a well, not even in my hometown, in my home like area, there's such an overfishing problem that like at one point like anybody could fish whenever they wanted. Like you didn't really need a fishing license because it was such a rural area that like who the hell was gonna stop you? But it got to the point. I'm just gonna sell these. I'll get more eventually. But see, like, just like with 2 bait items, you can get like 20 repair powders. It's like as long as you got something to sell, like treasure keys, 400 for a treasure key. You know how easy it is just to guess, and then the game just tells you what the right answer is. Like, that's free money. Bananas, throwables, bread. Yeah, this is all decent. Yeah, I'm good, my friend. Like, money is so easy to come by. The only problem is, like, when you're actually in the dungeon. But even then, you don't need... I mean, it's tedious to come back and forth, but... I don't know. Maybe it's just me. But I don't really get bothered by it at all. I need to remind myself. Base Lord is going to be turned into a Sith. Then we're going to hit up the boss. Speaking of which... let's prepare... we've done this back in town, but it's fine. Let's do this one more time just to make sure I'm not crazy. Actually, yeah, I think I should do it like that. Like that. Stay with this, and then I'll just throw it into whatever my best weapon is. But yeah, the first time the first and second time I played this game, I didn't realize that throwables, when you kill something with throwing damage, you actually get, sometimes you get something that is useful against the creature that you just killed, in terms of, like, weapon credit. Why in the world am I just, like, trading hits with this guy? Probably because I have so much bread. But, yeah, if you use like a throwing item, you can actually get something useful for making weapons. I did not know that. Like, I was literally at one point just, like, running, like, how in the world do I get these, like, undead hunter items? Like, where am I supposed to get those? And then I was like, oh, the tutorial just, like, straight up tells you about this. That's what I get for being a a child that is, you know, too impatient to read tutorials, and then an adult that assumed I already knew everything. That's why now, as an even smarter adult, I realized that I actually don't know jack shit. I should probably read tutorials when I can. Another stand-in powder. Looked at a lot of those. Show weapon defense limit. I know. Go. Please don't scratch me like that. Yeah, this is either big mimic or item. Poison. The tone weapon. Alright, well, hopefully we'll get this item tucked away, or this weapon tucked away into another so I can just pick that up. I already have I already have too many weapons, to be entirely honest. But I want more. I want to fold more and more weapons into each other. A weapon with trust it all. Excuse me, statue dog. Statue dog? Statue dog. Ooh. Not bad. That is an opportunity right there to respawn enemies over and over so I can get that weapon. I wonder if you can get high enough endurance that those enemies won't break your weapon so bad. I've had so many I've used these so many times. To great effect. I've had 2 that have increased my max weapon HP. And I'm just like, oh, I'm just asking for trouble if I do it again. I'm like legitimately paranoid, thinking that, I mean, it's not paranoia if I become right. Stays time. I usually forget to play as the other characters, which is probably not good. Like, especially before, I would just like completely forget that there were other characters in my party, and I would just like, unless I had to like traverse them or like open a door with them, I would just be like completely. I should really stop tanking. That's why we have healing, so I can be done. Yeah, it's so surprised why I haven't beaten the game, considering I do that. Don't you hate it when you like pause while talking? Then you're like, oh god, whatever I'm about to say better be good to make up for the fact that I just had like this 2-second pause between me speaking. I'm weird that I wouldn't even say I'm weird that it bothers me, but I'm just like, be better. Let's oil up this bad boy and go to the back room. Yeah, they do not make games like this anymore. I wish they did. I mean, there's some games like this, but I mean, I haven't found a game that had like the exact sort of like weapon like what. There's games with weapons as the leveling system, but there's not many games that I know where your weapons level up and you can like use them to make better like you can use your weapons to upgrade other weapons. It's like, it's sort of like weapon-based Pokemon is what I equate this game to. Alright, let's status break this bad boy. Alright, and let's find... this knife that I built up a bit. Okay. It's not perfect. But should be enough, I think. Nice. I don't know what element is good against Dran. It's probably the... I mean, I would assume he's not weak to Holy. I assume he's strong against Wind. Lightning? It doesn't... it's not gonna matter. As long as I have 2 fully repaired items, that should be good. And all the repair power I'm gonna need. finish this back area and then go. Saying which, let's go to one of these. Weapons I haven't been using. I'll get them leveled up. So I can also turn them into materials. Give them a level up. Actual weapon. Well, to actually build up a weapon. Mostly just been screwing around. Need to make sure I don't accidentally fold up those weapons for no reason. What would you happen to do? Attack. Holy. Eastern plant. I think I actually needed a Peridot. Well, not. Well, I needed everything the Peridot could give. Oh my god. I'm not. Funds decreasing. Pumped with energy. I was like, I'm not using a weapon that matters. So I was like, why not? How much did I lose? I mean, I probably lost a few hundred gold, but it wasn't noticeable. I didn't even know I had that much money to lose. The only reason I would risk stepping on one of those is when I minimize the risk. Otherwise, I'm just like scared. Because I've had those like decrease my weapon max HP to a point where I couldn't even like attack. Or I couldn't kill anything with it. Not that I couldn't attack with it, so I couldn't kill anything with having to use a repair powder in the middle. I'm finding a single monster and I'm just like, oh. My weapon already had shit durability and now you've decreased it even further. In fact. Is that... Huh? I think the attack lowered. And the magic went up? What does the game even say about magic anyways? Magical power. Magic and attribute up. Yeah, definitely lost some damage. That's fine. But yeah, this is just like a throwaway weapon, which is why I'm willing to risk stepping on those. Just I never intend to step on this when I actually have something I care about. It's hard to be. Well, I mean, I should just be using a ranged character to fight them. Now we can go get that other weapon. And go fight the boss. Gulp this water. Right, I don't really intend to be using throwing weapons against the boss. I could probably just put a Giant's Feather on so I can use the speed up. I used to think these were too good to use, and now I've realized that they're so good. They last for so long, relatively speaking. I was like, yeah, they don't only last for like 30 seconds. It's like, no, they last for way longer. I was like, this is an emergency item. It's like, no, this is the best way to travel. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I used to abuse that as a kid too, grind a little. Especially because getting to back areas is kind of rare at times. bone spear. Is this something I need two of? No, I only need one of them, so one of them will be used material for the other. Though I find it's better to mix weapons with other weapons than mix them with themselves, because usually you need like varying stats rather than the same exact stats. Alright, let me out. Yeah, I think I already exhausted most of the random item pool from the random chests. Let's say this town. Just beat the man. Sure, I have the right weapon equipped. My very souped up kitchen knife. Doesn't have the best in terms of durability, or not durability, HP. Well, I mean, same thing. But it's fine. I've never had that much problems with Duran. I mean, aside from when I was a kid. But as a kid, I had a broken dagger. So, you know. Getting a little PTSD from this area. Just remembering being a kid. Be careful, Tone. Seems that Duran is being manipulated. And there's no choice but to fight him. Yeah, I found, I mean, it's just luck. So I've had those give me bone rapiers and some stuff. I mean, honestly, the bone rapier is still better than the kitchen knife. I mean, I don't know what the kitchen knife evolves into. But in terms of just, like, the base weapon, at least the bone rapier does any damage. The kitchen knife does like next to nothing. And also has garbage durability. Use your power to break the spell. By hitting him with your sword. Find Beast Duran. Duran. I said wrong twice. Right, switch to you. Go, force you to the ground. And start. Come back here! Hey, don't you run from me! Stop circle strafing, Prue. This is gonna be very sloppy, but I have a lot of healing, so I should be fine. I need healing. I'm just looking at my... let's try to throw a poison apple at him, too. I don't know if you can poison this boss. I don't know if you can poison any boss. I don't think I've ever tried. Oh, whoops. Oh, great. Fair enough. No. Let's Chapter Advanced. Don't exactly know how to use it, because all I've ever managed to do with it is slow. Maybe if I just use her, this fight will be going better. Oh, she only does one. That's how this fight dynamic goes. So I'm just trying to poke him and run away. It might just be due to the fact that my weapon is just too small to hit him without getting hit by him. Okay, there we go. Just run it from the side. As long as you don't let him fly out around for too long, he won't like start breaking up the floor. From what I remember. Yeah, didn't even give him a chance. Maybe it doesn't break up the floor. I honestly can't remember. What has happened to me? And who are you? What? Say I'm being manipulated? I Tren, the god of beasts? What an embarrassment. Hey kid, sorry about that. Like I just started straining my voice. I see. That's what's been happening on the Earth. Dark Genie. That's what the old man, the Fairy King, called it. If that's the case, you might be in trouble. Heard that name before. Long ago, a monster called Black Demon appeared in East Terra. The creature caused massacre after massacre. It almost brought the world to an end. Neither the most gallant knights nor most powerful sorcerers could stand before the horror of the creature, much less harm it. Its power seemed as vast as the limitless power of genies. Thus, people started to call it the Dark Genie. It wiped out nearly all of the known kingdoms of the world. Ultimately, only a few people survived on Earth. Then, when all seemed lost, a tribe called the Moon People created an enormous urn that could seal tremendous magic power and trapped the Dark Genie inside. The world recovered and peace was restored. The world was saved by the Moon People and their mastery of the magic arts. That's about all I know. I want to go after the Dark Genie. Better have the Moon People on your side. I hear that the Moon People, quietly in the woods, in a place located beyond Tataki Village. The Montataki Village is just south of the Rune Village. Why not go there first? Odd that the Fairy King, who never liked humans, give a kid like you the power of that stone. He's got something up. Sorry, this has been a running joke for this series. That basically, I insinuated that the Fairy King was like just using us to save the world. I as a kid, I never really paid much attention to the dialogue of the game, but now it's just sort of like it's just validating my headcanon. That the Fairy King is like delegating his responsibility to us. Sorry, all my heart. Oh well. I can use some fresh air for a change. Hop on my back. I'll give you a lift outside. voice. I remember doing 1 damage in that fight and then just being like, what's the point? Because both characters only did 1 damage. I'm like, why in the world would I use Tone? Because obviously I was using his broken dagger, which only does 1 damage. So I was like, now what in the world would be the point of this? I appreciate your work, kid. I don't have a clue just how powerful this genie is, but it was powerful enough to control me. Be prepared and take this along with you. It's not just a map. It's not just a map of the world. It's the world map. Sorry. Exactly. This is no plain world map, kid. It's a magical map that takes you to the place you point to instantly. First, use this map to go to the land of the Makataki village. I hear that moon people live deep in the Wise Owl Forest. Once you reach Makataki, first thing, visit Great Trient. Follow the river, and you'll find it. He might look a bit weird, but he takes good care of people. He's sure to give you a hand. So long. Oh, I hope I never meet them. I hope I never have to speak with that voice again. It hurt. It legitimately hurt my throat. Uh, uh, I try to give every character a voice. The first time I speak of them, I have a bad memory, so oftentimes I'll completely forget the voice I was using. But some will stick in my head. I hope that one is forgotten, because that one hurt. I like how his name is Dyke. Yet in the dialogue, he's clearly named Pike. Yes, he's Pike. Pike. He's Dyke. Make up your mind, man. Not everybody can be so lucky to have multiple names. Oh yeah, do you have your? Oh, oh, I think the game's just realizing that I made it perfectly. At least I think. Dude, it has been 5 seconds. I just said I hope I never meet you again. And lo and behold, here you are. Way to go, kid. Villagers are happy now. I realized with the old man, Simba saw in you might just be able to beat the Dark Genie. You're a really good interior decorator. Or should I say, exterior decorator. As a special reward, I will teach you a special technique, the lethal windmill slash. As opposed to the non-lethal version? Windmill slash mastered. This is the powerful charge skill that causes damage to all enemies near you. Charge with the 0 button and release it after it flashes 2 times. Be careful though, it eats up weapon HP very fast. Well, that's all I can do for now. So long, kiddo. But yeah, 100%. Man, that old lady with her 2 requests was 13%. Wow. Okay. He's happy. I'll take my memo back. I'll even take my premium water and these stamina drinks. What don't I need right now? I kind of want all that. I want to start building up these weapons. Oh. I'm gonna be slowly losing my mind as I'm like, oh my god, I have no space for anything. I'm just thinking what I want to give to her. Definitely want to give some level. If it's okay, let's get rid of this base lord. That's how you pronounce it. It doesn't matter. Okay. I'll keep some extra copies just in case I want to break them down. Do a last cursory glance around the village, just to make sure there's no items for me to steal. Can't steal from your own. Can't steal from your own house, though. Tone, you saved your aunt. I'm so proud of you. Don't get too carried away. Careful. I've forgotten the voice I gave to the mother. Well, I mean, I don't even think I gave a voice to the mother. I think I kept being like, man, female voices is not easy. It's like, how, well, as a man, it's really easy. It's really easy to come up with different male voices, but to come up with multiple female voices is like, dude, it's hard enough getting my voice low enough that you could even mistake me for a woman. Let alone doing that in multiple fashions. Oh, it's like... I'm trying to remember the voice I gave for the mayor. It's like... How was it? Did you get to see Duran? You did. Oh, I see. Duran's resourceful indeed. It's this sort of like suave, but like lethargic voice, which explains why he was completely fine because he wasn't doing anything. He was just like sitting around at home while everybody else was getting destroyed. This is my thought process behind his voice. What? 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 Going after the Dark Genie? And you'll leave Naroon Village to go to Makataki Village? No, now he just sounds confused. Makataki Village. Where's the Hunter's Village? South of this village. I'm just gonna read it normally. Be careful. Time being, Naroon is safe. But as for the other villages... Okay. Man no longer mentioning that I'm just a freeloader. That I should buy my own items. It's like, I love how the mayor is like, I know you've saved the village, but like, I still don't want to give you stuff from my infinite supply that I've just been keeping for a special occasion despite the fact that I don't do anything. I swear there have been times where there have been items like, wedge into the corners. I'm not paranoid. I'm not imagining things. I was here very recently. That doesn't mean there's nothing here. That means there's nothing here. Does everybody have going away dialogue? Now the village... Also don't remember the voice I gave to this character. It was just this session. Now the village is back to normal tone. You restored it, didn't you? How did you do it? I don't think that's the voice I gave, but good enough. Tone. This is great. The village is back to how it used to be. Tone, you're the hero. All I can remember easily is Pike, because I just gave him like a surfer dude voice. Like, dude, bruh. It's like totally bumming me out, dude. Like, yeah, like a stoner dude bro surfer. It's for some reason the voice I gave him. I hear that Dread is back to his old self. Am I glad to hear that? How about throwing a party to celebrate? There better be tons of food. You know how much I love candy. As a fat guy, I can do the stereotypical fat guy impression. This is very lethargic, like not even putting any energy in your speech. I'm glad. Sorry, my voice is starting to go. I'm glad. I'm saying. This is like not even a hard voice for me to do. Is this the right voice? Is starting to peter out. I'm glad the village. I'm glad. No, that's wrong. I'm glad the village has been restored, Tone. And how many... Trying to strike a fine balance between raising my voice and softening it without doing too much of the one or the other. I'm glad the village has been restored, Tone. We can hang out together again. I don't think my voice is in any condition, or my throat's in any condition to replicate the voice that I was using before. So that's why my dad is in such a good mood. So that's why my dad is... So that's why... God, it's so weird to know that you can do a voice and then be like, your throat just is not in it today. Well, anymore. So some voices I just forget, but I definitely did not forget like how to do this voice. What do you have to say? Finally, we have peace in the village. Now I can fish at ease. I don't even think that's how I did his voice. It's also the fact that when your voice is in different conditions, like your brain won't let you do certain things. Like sometimes I strain my voice to do the voices. Huh? I was fishing before too. Tone, you're harsh today. There we go. That sounds more right. Wow, Tone. Fishing is great. You should try fishing too. Oh, that kind of lost it for a second there. God, I love doing voices. I had like a crotchety old man voice for him. Ow. Ow. My back. I'm having a hard time keeping still. No, it's not. It's close. It's definitely got the right feeling, but it doesn't... I don't think it's exactly where it needs to be the same that I did. Why do I care? And then there's the Macho Bros, which I did like several different voices, and all of them I hated myself for. At one point, I was like, "Oh, I'll do like Mario and Luigi," and then I was just like, "No, please. This just feels offensive. This just feels wrong. Like offensive to my throat more than offensive to any actual person. Because I don't think think anybody's too worried about somebody pretending to Luigi or Mario. Our house. I checked your house. Gotta make sure I steal everything. Anything not nailed down? Good for today, Tom. I would all to you. You're Renee's son, alright? Keep up the good work. I'm so glad that, Cleo? God, I forgot how to pronounce that name already. Look at the name. Xiao. Yeah, I'm so glad Xiao doesn't talk much after the first cutscene with her, because, like, holy shit. I gave her, like, I gave her, you know, like, a stereotypical, like, small cat girl voice, and I was like, oh god, please. The only reason I did that because I know they don't talk much. Like, they don't even appear in cutscenes after the fact. Often, anyways. And I'm like, oh my god, thank you. Save my throat. I don't even have the gumption to replicate it again. What? Wait. Come back. I don't speak. Right, so the game wants me to follow the river, which has kind of been blasted to pieces. Okay. There we go. Looks like I could have sworn there was a cutscene that plays here. Treant in its current state is helpless without water. Treant is a tree fairy. It controls the water element. Without water, it seems like speaking is difficult for it. Tone, you are the... Oh. I thought it was gonna say only one. Tone, you on your own must connect the river that was cut off here in Makataki village to revive Treant. Treant will then surely aid you in your quest. This is a village which I saved with Atla. The village could be revived if the Atla could be found. The Atla are probably scattered around the Wise Owl Forest. You can enter the forest by opening Makataki Gate here. I will open the gate for you. Go and see what you can find. Listen, Tone. Make the river your priority. Connect the river to save Treant. Got it. Joke's on you, kid. The gate was already unlocked. Stupid kid. He thinks I'm helping him. All I gave him was the key. All I gave him was the key to open the containers that I made to seal everything in. Just so I didn't have to do it. I don't think I can actually interact with this character yet, but I'll try. What? Who the... Ah, you. You must be with
That monster that ruined the village. I know I'm right. Can't lie to me. That face of yours. It's a villain's face. Get ready, the hurt's coming. Enough already. Yeah!
Way! Way!
You're not as tough as you look. Come back anytime. I'll take you on.
Huh? That was that was a cutscene I did not want to lose.
What? What do you want? Go home. You're too much of a wimp for me.
Wow, rude. Ugh. I'm not gonna lie, that was very fast. Uh. Alright, let's see if we can replay that cutscene. Or maybe that was a game of wanting you to lose.
Not finish? Not finished yet, villain? Want to fight again? Yeah, I'll beat you this time. No matter how hard you try, you'll never beat me. Let's do it. Evil Spirit Reaper! Ah!
Wait, that last one. I'm like, what button is that? You know, as tough as you look. I looked at it, I was like, oh, it's left. It's like, I have to use the analog stick for that one. It's a lot easier as a kid, because, you know. Because quick reflexes was definitely something I used to have in spades. Though I say that, I oftentimes choked when it came to, not even quick time events, just like reacting time in general. Like I usually, like if somebody like threw something at me for me to catch, I would usually flinch.
No matter how many times you try, you'll never beat me. Let's do it. Evil Spirit Repel! Ah!
Okay, I don't really know what the game wants me to do there. Or is it the right stick? I might be using the wrong stick, because I definitely went at an angle there. Or does it want me to press both? It might be both down. This is why I have a handy dandy manual. I keep trying to use it like it's an item. I don't know why I do this. I don't think the game ever. I don't think the game ever tutorializes you on duels. Storm's left stick though. There we go.
Wah! It's a me, a Waluigi! Wah!
That doesn't sound like him at all.
Say, you're kinda strong. Look, I'm not out by a long shot. My stomach's killing me. Just wait till I'm better. See you then. And hey, I'm only saying this once, so you better listen. My name is...
Not gonna do it. Not gonna do it. I really wanted to call him like
So, wah!
it's Goro.
Goro.
Okay. Hunter's earring acquired. But yeah, probably won't be doing any more interacting with NPCs because my poor throat. Oh, fishing. There's a thing. Is this the way forward, or is this the way? Or is this the way out of the village, or is this the way to the forest? Okay, there we go. But yeah, I'm not going to be doing any city building because I might have to interact with NPCs, so I'm just going to be doing a bit of grinding. Wow, this floor... Oh, I hate you. Oh, game. Why would you do this to me? Saturday. You don't think I already evolved this one? No. I can't remember if that's the way out or is that the item for the back. I assume it's for the way out. I think Sundew might be the way to the back area. That'll be the Wise Owl. Yeah, Wise Owl. Oh, there's not even right with NPCs in this area, I think. And a speed plank grip. I think that's important for the back area. I know it's gotta be one or the other. And I know the owl is how you progress, so. That must be one of the doors? Mustache. Completely forgotten about the mustache door. I don't even know what that's referring to. Of course you poisoned me. Oh, do I not have a remedy for this? Oh. I can always just switch characters. I'm not staying here any longer than I need to. I just need to get the outlaw. Then maybe chess. Use him more premium water. How would you like a pointy chestnut? Wait, what? You not take the chestnut? It's said to be Now's favorite. The heck did I give him then? It's gone now. You also want a mustache key? Am I insane? Did I give him the wrong acorn? Chestnut or whatever? Am I insane? Don't have a bit of a panic attack. I feel like I did something right, but also told that I'm wrong. How do I feel about that? What if that owl is just like gatekeeping me for no reason? Whoops. Nice level up powder. Water. And yeah, I know I'm poisoned and running around as the poison guy, but we'll be okay. Mushroom house, one of many. Probably because I'm starting to no longer be able to talk. There's a key. It's the mustache key, I assume. Game is just like, hey, I know you got all that, you know, I know you just finished a boss fight. How would you like it if you just lost all of your absorption? Very rude. You survived that with 1 HP. Oh god. I almost forgot about that. The game literally made me think I was losing my mind. Oh no, I was both right and wrong. There are multiple different... there's multiple different things it could be. Game. Everything. Oh my god, I forgot how much I hated this area. Because you had to get one of 3 things. And usually I'd like full clear every area, but like, especially at this part, like whenever there's a restriction, it's like, oh, what do you mean I have to find another 2 things to maybe be able to get out? I hate you so much. Ugh. Yeah, I think that's gonna be it for tonight, because I can barely continue to talk. I like how I've managed to go for 24 hours straight with just talking nonstop. But the moment I start doing voices, I can barely manage to keep my throat intact. Ugh. But yeah, I will be back tomorrow with more Dark Cloud, and I don't even know how long this game is. So I was gonna say like, oh, and after we finish Dark Cloud, it'll be this game. It's like, no, I can't even say that. Yeah, good night. Thanks for watching. See you around.